Looks like George is on board. I see you, George. Turn on your mic.
You mean you want to hear me too?
No. I just want you to turn on your mic. I didn't want you to say anything.
Do we have Linda back?
No, not yet. Margaret's here, that's the important one.
So we have three of us. Should we give it a couple of minutes or go ahead and go? What do you think, Jack?
I'd say wait a minute or two, and Linda's usually drags in a couple minutes late.
Okay.
If she's not kayaking somewhere.
That sounds pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, she did that last time.
Sounds nice to be around water while it's so hot.
Jody, you're coming through a little bit fuzzy, your voice. Your picture's fine.
Is it clearer now if I talk into the mic?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay, I'll hold the mic. So I actually finally got some air conditioning. It's been so hot. But of course I'm sitting right in front of it. And so I was trying to use headphones and a mic so it wouldn't be so loud, I guess.
There's still a bit of an echo.
I might change rooms. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it sounds a little mushy, Jody. Maybe you're speaking too close to the mic. Well, I guess, Jody, if you want to go ahead, we've got a quorum, so we could get started.
Now can you hear me better?
Not the same.
Let's see how. Okay, I'm back to the fan.
It just almost sounds, maybe Mason can help, it almost sounds like your volume's up too high.
That's interesting. Now my camera doesn't come on. Okay, I'm not sure what's up with my camera.
Your mic's working. Okay.
I switched rooms. Is there settings? Oh, it looks like it's working on it.
Isn't technology great?
Oh yeah, I'm on it all day, every day. It's kind of boring. I'm sure everyone else is too. Okay, well, oh, there we go. All right, back to the camera.
So whenever you're ready, Jody.
Okay, alrighty. Well, in that case, then there's three of us, so we have a quorum. So I guess I'll call Learning Center District Board meeting to order with George, Chairman Sullivan, and myself, and President Rowley. And just hello to everyone. I know it's incredibly hot, so I hope everybody's staying cool and hanging in there. Let's see the next adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I so move.
All right. All right. Moved and seconded by George and Jack. So all in favor?
I
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. All right. Public comments. Do we have any public comments? Okay, none heard. Approval, we're on to the next item, approval of consent agenda. That's the minutes from the May 27th, 2020 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
so move.
And seconded?
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, let's see. I just dropped my screen. Let me keep moving through this. All right. Action on items removed from consent agenda. Are there any such items? All right, the one action item, non-consent is adoption of Open Meetings Act resolution. Do we have to move in second to adopt that, Jack? Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So move.
All right, second?
Second.
All right, thank you. And all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, well then, moving on to the information items, we have a presentation by Ms. McGarity, so it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair Pugh. Thank you, Members Gamble and Mr. Chair Member Sullivan. Thank you for making time for me today to give you this presentation. It's a really exciting one for me and it's close to my heart, so I'm happy to be here. I wanted to start today with a land acknowledgement. In 1680, from August 10th to August 21st, Pope led the Pueblo Revolution, the Pueblo Revolt, and the articles I was reading about it framed it as the first American Revolution. So in thinking that the land here has been occupied for millennia and it sustains us all, the COVID virus and everything have kind of culminated to bring us to a new place where we need to recreate our world and our understanding of one another and do things differently. And that is certainly especially true now in the world of higher education. And the blueprint for 2020, Dr. Winograd noted that in order for us to survive, we're going to have to make some dramatic changes. And he also noted that there's going to be resistance to that change. What I've come to realize in working both as the interim director for the Higher Education Center and as co-chair for the President's Diversity Advisory Committee is that higher education in and of itself is grown and raised in systems of white supremacy. Dr. Ladson-Billings gave her convocation speech, she talked about students that we teach to overcome a system that wasn't created for them. And that's certainly true of what happens here at Santa Fe Community College, even though we don't mean it to. And so I think that SFCC and especially the Santa Fe Higher Education Center have an opportunity at this moment to create some transformative change in our community and how our community accesses education. And when I say that we demand anti-racist and culturally inviting educational experiences, I've been framing that recently around the idea that what our community really needs is not access to an ivory tower, but an adobe tower that we build together. So I wanted to talk about an alternative pathway to traditional higher education with low-cost short-term classes, stackable credentials, and paid internships. A lot of this work is happening through our workforce development, our workforce solutions and continuing education. I think Chris Swedeen and her team have been doing amazing educational opportunities through the ProTech program, for example, through Amanda Hatherley's nationally recognized COVID classes, through Janet Curley's trainings, and also through the opportunities that are taught through the Santa Fe Fab Lab Hub, which is now a member of the Higher Education Center. Micro-credentials are offering an opportunity for students to quickly skill up, address their incomes in an efficient way, and then move on without having to spend a lot of time slowing down in the academic programs. And I think we have opportunity here to mine that for creating opportunity for students that we aren't necessarily welcoming to the table when they come into Santa Fe Community College. Part of the vision is that we work with our community partners to identify gaps in education. I was thinking about this point earlier today, and actually I think we do a pretty good job of this. I was in a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and Superintendent Veronica Garcia yesterday. I think we know where our gaps are for our students. We know that we have a teacher shortage. We know that our students struggle with math, and we know that our students struggle with English. And so we should talk about doing some different things with that. So far, we keep returning to our traditional practices, and we keep getting traditional results. We need to meet students where they are. So I know I make my fellow instructors super nervous when I say we need to abandon the idea of college readiness. But we need to drop the expectation that our students need to be any one way in particular when they come to us for educational help. We need to meet them wherever they are, whatever circumstances they are, and invite them to the opportunities that education brings. Invite them to the journey of self-discovery. Invite them to the amazing successes that we can help connect them to. If you think about what happens to students when they come to SFCC, we say, welcome, we wrap our arms around them, we say, we're so excited you're here. Now the first thing you're gonna do is get tested. And we test them in English and math. And then we tell them, well, you didn't test well in English and math, so we're gonna make you take 16-week classes in the things that you hate the most, and we're gonna add 2 years onto your whole journey in education, doing the stuff that you just dislike the most. This is where we're failing our students. I think we have an opportunity to build upon some of the amazing work that our faculty have done in doing guided pathways and build that into micro-credentialing opportunities that are extracurricular or super curricular, so that perhaps instead of doing developmental math 1102, we can do a micro-credential in addition, which is a free online class that a student can do by themselves. We can build an assessment into that, and then they're done, and we're not torturing them on 16 weeks of something that they've never felt successful in. And then those little micro-credentials can stack until we culminate in Math 102, and we can move students on into a more interesting educational experience for them. Many of our students come to us with an experience of education as trauma. If we can offer easy entry and easy success, and then build on those successes, I think we'll improve on our outcomes. We need to provide a community-based approach with multiple local partners. And again, I think we're doing a good job, but as Dr. Winograd identified in our blueprint for 2020, we need to do more. We need to make sure that we're knitting a safety net and not a sieve, as Dr. Ladson-Billings indicated in her words with us. We need to make sure that we're doing something that catches everybody and doesn't sift out those that don't fit. We also have to bear in mind that the Midtown campus is an extreme legacy opportunity. And so it's important for us that as we explore the opportunities for what we're going to do new in education, that we look at the Midtown property as an opportunity to actually build the Adobe Tower. So there are 3 goals. The first goal would be to create many skill building pathways through Santa Fe continuing education and workforce training. And I talked about that a little bit with many credentials, perhaps for math and reading, but we also already do this with our ProTech program. Jennifer Nevades does amazing work, skilling people up, giving them internships that give them meaningful work, such as building websites for nonprofits. And then those folks can go out and immediately start working, improving their incomes, and then they might be enticed and invited, building on that first initial success, to build on that and grow into some other path. Our partnerships need to include everyone across northern New Mexico, including our higher education partners, but especially our indigenous communities. I attended the Governor's Summit for Higher Education when she announced the Opportunity Scholarship. And one of the tribal education directors spoke in one of our breakout meetings and said that we're not there. We're not out in the pueblos and we're not part of the communities. I think we need to ask if we can be invited and see what more support we can provide. And we need to create internship opportunities through the Midtown Entrepreneurial Center. One of the other things that I've learned through the COVID journey is that internships are mission critical in terms of creating positive career outcomes. Entrepreneurship is wonderful and starting a new business for yourself is wonderful, but what a lot of people in Santa Fe need right now, most critically, is an income that's stable. And so these internship opportunities are really opportunities to connect people to a stable path to employment. Once somebody's stable and employed and can pay their bills and aren't worried about where their next meals are coming from, then it's possible to consider maybe doing an academic program. So we have to build up our students and build up their non-academic challenges to success, overcome those before we invite them to take an academic journey through Santa Fe Community College. So for our next steps, we have to evaluate the structure of the Santa Fe Higher Education Center under the Learning Center District Act. The Learning Center District Act seems to really kind of focus on the HEC as a consortium of higher education institutions. But the HEC really needs to be much more than that as we move forward. It needs to offer not only access to higher education, but adult education and these micro-credentials through workforce training. We need to impanel the Midtown Committee that was requested by Chair Sullivan in the June 2020 board meeting. The developers recently met and released their initial findings for the Midtown campus, and we need to create a cohesive plan and map how we're going to integrate ourselves into the development of the Midtown. And resulting from that, we need to create our 5-year strategic plan. I'm excited about these opportunities that we have. As much as it's scary to do something different, it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to start with a fresh slate. And we have that already with the HEC and the Midtown campus. And I think the Yazzie Martinez finding could be our banner of success, that we could really address that we could really integrate ourselves into our community and say we're going to address the technological shortcomings that keep us from educating people all the way out to the very borders of New Mexico and see what we can do to change it. This is an exciting opportunity for all of us to improve the legacy of Santa Fe. Oh. And that is my presentation for you today. I would welcome your questions or your feedback. Thank you.
Meg and I had a question. In your step 2 there, you might go back one on your slides. in handling the Midtown Committee. As you mentioned in our June meeting, we put together an ad hoc committee of Vice Chair George Gamble and also Linda Siegel to keep a track of the Midtown Committee and to also give us some informal strategic thinking that we could use in this 5-year strategic plan that you're talking about. My question is, and by the way, I would like in future agendas to have under the presentations a quick Midtown Committee report as to where we are. My question is, when you say in panel, are you recommending that we add staff to the 2 board members on that committee, or what's your thinking there under step 2?
Well, I guess I'm curious about what this committee should look like. Is it a steering committee? Does the board want to steer the actual policy and direction of where we're going to go with the HEC in the Midtown? In that case, I would encourage staff and faculty participation, as well as, broader participation from Highlands, for example, as our anchor partner at the HEC. Also working with Tim Castillo, he's the liaison to the provost for UNM for the Midtown property. We have also Jamie with the Santa Fe Art Institute. I'm sorry, her last name just escaped me for a moment. So there, and then we also have the Midtown developers. So there, I'm just curious as to, I guess I don't really know what the role the board wants to play in terms of shaping how SFCC and the HEC are going to participate in how all of this unfolds.
Well, my thought there was not to get too far into the weeds. Becky is keeping track of the developer meetings and attending them. And so in terms of the steering committee, I think if that's something that she wants to panel, then that would be fine, and she can do that.
Okay.
My thought was at a higher level to have board participation in these public meetings, which right now, of course, are all remote. But I feel that we need that second voice, that strategic voice, to be sure that these discussions take advantage of what the Higher Education Center has to offer and will have to offer. So I saw it more as a committee that certainly would work with you and work with Becky, but more as a committee that is a community outreach. And you'll notice that in Winograd's evaluation, he brought up, which has been brought up before and is included in our strategic plan for the college, as something that we haven't really been too successful at, and that is expanded community outreach. So I was hoping that George and Linda would help us out there, keep a track of what's going on, provide that additional perspective to the board and to the president, and to you as we talk about where does HEC go. And Linda is not on the program yet, but I think Linda's first question to you would be, who's going to do this? Who's going to do step 1? Where's the Learning Center going? What are we doing with it? What do we do, next week, next month, and next year? And while that's going on, and while you consider that question, the Midtown Committee just keeping track of where the city and these options are going. Um, and get reporting back to us as to how that impacts the community college. And Lynn has just arrived, so I won't take the words out of her mouth unless she can follow up on that step one. But anyway, what are your comments then on the committee? Does that sound workable?
Absolutely, that sounds wonderful. So then I guess that would be a question for President Rowley, is something to think about and mull over, is if we need a SFCC sort of centered committee to help shape what the strategic plan for the HEC Midtown, what it should look like.
Mr. Chairman, so I think that the HEC's vision will be incorporated into our regular strategic plan, but you know, the Midtown is right now struggling through their financing and through a lot of zoning issues, and so their timetable has been slowed down a lot. And I think that, you know, the Midtown is part of the larger Santa Fe Community College strategic plan. So looking at it separately, to me, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And as we're right now at the point where we're wrapping up our previous strategic plan and beginning to, you know, draft the initiatives for the next one, and the HEC and the direction for that will be right in the thick of all that.
Well, that kind of brings us back to step one. That question is, what are we going to be doing with the HEC next week, next month, next year? Right.
Well, I would say that for right now, you know, you know, as the HEC was constructed, so the contracts are in place right now that we had in place last year, with the exception of Northern New Mexico College. They have, you know, they have some serious financial issues right now, and I think that it doesn't make a lot of sense for them at this moment to continue their contract, but they still want to be, you know, kept in the wings, and I think that that may change for them at some point. Highlands has continued its contract with us, so, you know, they're clearly our anchor partner and pay by far the largest lease. But as Megan had kind of indicated, one of the things that has become a kind of a bigger direction for the HEC is to also look at short-term and contract training being offered at that location. It's been offered at that location all along in different routes and everything, but with having the Fab Lab Hub located down there and giving a spot to one of our primary contract training educators and having them work out of there, it really does kind of broaden that path, as Megan said, where instead of just looking automatically at connecting people with four-year degrees or even master's degrees, there are a lot of short-term, more boot camp type trainings that we haven't really offered as much of before from that location, and that we can highlight. That area, that arm of Santa Fe Community College is very vibrant, and they do a lot of business that a lot of people are not aware of. And so the idea is to bring them more into the mix of you know, what's really going on at Santa Fe Community College. And that is partly what the Midtown campus was supposed to be about, is, you know, bringing in those expanded training opportunities. And, you know, the truth of the matter right now is that the Higher Education Center is the only operational building down there right now. So all of those buildings, you know, there are a lot of them that will be scheduled for demolition. There are a few of them that they would like to renovate. It's going to take a lot more than they thought. Apparently, they don't consider the site as ready for development as they thought. And so I think you probably know a lot more than I do about what that means in terms of what has to come next. And so there's a lot more assessment that has to be done. There's probably a lot more conversation between the city and the Midtown developers in terms of what sort of incentives that can be given so that this is a financially feasible project.
And so I think we have a lot of opportunity, but we also have to be cautious. I think it's important that we keep a clear vision about what we want the higher education center to be and what we want it to offer, so that we don't become sort of the rebound girlfriend for folks who want to use the HEC as a stopping place until they move on to the new and shiny thing that gets built on the Midtown property. But I do think that we have a lot of opportunity to grow a lot of partnerships and do a lot of good with these kind of boot camp type education programs, and also internship programs, and creating those opportunities that span across the city and the county.
Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Well, it seems that certainly talking about, first of all, what is, and the contracts that we currently have with Highlands and other institutions, how are they, what's happening with the fulfillment of those contracts? Do they have activities going on?
So Highlands, all of their classes are being offered exclusively online.
Right.
There are no classes available face-to-face.
Right.
There are limited Highlands faculty, or no, not faculty, but limited Highlands staff who come into the building to do administrative work, but really there are no activities. COVID is going to change higher education just really drastically. Before the virus, Highlands had already indicated that with the rise in online teaching, that they over time anticipated needing less and less classroom space and more administrative space. And so these are the types of changes that I think we should be anticipating. We should also be re-evaluating how we manage community space and community access, and how we maintain that in a digital environment, how we encourage the invitation in a digital environment. Students can come to the HEC and access Wi-Fi. We have security on the premises, so students during class time, so students should feel safe to be on the property.
So
But,
for example,
yeah, right now there's not a lot actually happening inside the building at the higher education center.
okay, so in terms of any one of the contracts, if, for example, Highlands, if all the classes they're offering are online, are there students who come to the higher education center to access those classes?
They'd like to. Right now we're only offering them access to the Wi-Fi through the parking lot. And I'm working on a plan to pilot access to study rooms in the higher education center, because that has been revealed to be a great need for both HEC and Santa Fe Community College students, is a safe place to come and study, where you're not expected to buy coffee every 30 minutes. And so I'm currently writing a proposal to pilot a program to see if we can get students access to study rooms in a safe way, because supporting our students, that's mission critical. They need to be able to learn on our campus.
Right. And then in addition to the current contracts and any elaboration of them, the question of the other short-term courses that might be offered, it seems that, and apprenticeships, it seems that the college currently has been looking for other short-term courses, and I don't know how we're searching for those or developing those, but it seems like the search and the identification of short-term courses is one step. The second step is the place, the venue for where they would be held. And I don't know that, it seems like the first step is the most critical one, namely identifying courses.
Mhm.
And Becky, is that currently, I mean, I assume that's currently going on and, yeah, what's going on in that realm?
So, Vice Chair Gamble, we currently, as Megan mentioned, Chris Sweden is in charge of our continuing education and contract training, and she reports directly to Margaret Peters. So the non-credit and the credit side of all of that we offer is all currently, it's co-located under the academic side of the house. So there are many instances where we offer a continuing ed version of the same or something similar that we offer for credit. For example, we do that in things like art and Spanish. And it's kind of a matter of preference depending upon what your goals are. If you're trying to get a degree or you just want to take something. But in terms of contract training, which is generally something that's more affiliated with the workforce, Chris has very deep contacts with the community economic development folks. And in fact, that's what her background is. And then also a lot of different very large employers throughout the region, large and small employers, including the city and the county, because we do set up programs for the city and the county. So those kinds of programs, as much as they possibly can, they're employer directed. And so we set them up when we have an employer that we know wants a particular training or needs something. And then we may offer something because we have a certain expertise and we hear that there's an interest in the community. People have come to us before, and then we may set them up, those kinds of trainings up. So there's a little bit of a dual or a double focus within non-credit, in that some of it's a little bit more, general knowledge, fun type stuff. And then some of it is very directed towards the workforce. And Megan mentioned Amanda Hatherley's COVID-19 workplace safety course that we all read about in the New Mexican last week. That is a really good example of a clear, contract training workforce class. And so she had a particular client in mind when she developed that program. And, it's been certainly taken up by that industry and then also others. But the idea is that we work directly with employers who are looking for trained employees, and then also students that are trying to get a better job.
Right.
And so so those are set up with a lot of thought in terms of what our regional needs are and how we can meet those.
And I guess after listening to Megan talk about some variety of things, both for Midtown campus and for the HEC, what I'm wondering about is, do we have a sort of single effort at SFCC to reach out and develop apprenticeships and these contract training programs? And it sounds like Chris is doing that currently. And it seems to me, again, that is a SFCC, both of those are SFCC efforts, and whether or not how the HEC sort of is linked to that just depends on space or whatever else. So again, I guess I'm kind of getting at this issue of really the HEC is part of part of SFCC, and there are things that are occurring at SFCC, and we have to integrate whatever needs there may be or whatever needs we see at the HEC. They simply have to be integrated with whatever's happening on the campus, again, regarding that outreach for contract work and apprenticeships.
I think it's actually really useful to think about the HEC as an integration point for non-academic and academic programs, because I really think that the HEC has potential to sort of be that moment where those two things can overlap. Right now, Chris does have like for example, the ProTech program, which is a paid internship program, and that's directly related to workforce. But we don't have a linked path from ProTech that goes to the paid internship programs that we offer on the academic side under PLOS. And I've worked both with the PLOS program and with the ProTech program to start thinking about how we build that pathway so that perhaps a student could get a paid internship for every step of their journey, either before they decide to even take on an academic program, but how about from the time they take on a pre-academic program through their entire degree. So I like that idea that the higher education center really can be an integration point between the academic success programs that we offer at Santa Fe Community College and the extra or super academic opportunities we offer through continuing education and workforce training.
I guess I don't quite follow that, Megan, because I hear that at SFCC, we currently have both the academic and the other programs. So we're already doing that. So
We
I don't,
have them both working separately, but we don't have a student who starts off in ProTech doesn't have a clear pathway that takes them into the internship programs at PLOS. It can really be a recruitment tool to have some connection between what happens from our continuing education department that can invite a student to move on from there into an academic program.
okay. Okay, still a little cloudy to me, but
I would say that's part of what we're working through, Vice Chair Campbell.
okay. I mean, again, I see and certainly Megan, at your last, at our last meeting, when you talked about for example, the ecosystem task force, again, reaching out to, and the economic department, the economic development department in the city. I mean, I would think that those are things that we need to be doing, and we need to be linked. We need to have partnerships all over the place. And I guess my question more relates to how is that funneled through the administration of the college? And does it come through the college does it come through the HEC? Does the college sort of reach out to the HEC? Again, there are linkages there that I'm totally in agreement with. I mean, we've got to do all that reaching out into the community, and we've been doing it. And how does that come down to how is the HEC integrated into that?
Mm-hmm. So I'm working with the city. I am working with Rich Brown and the Economic Development Office, and we're going forward with a convening, actually trying to get a couple of roadmaps put together. So roadmaps of internship programs in Santa Fe, and I'm coordinating around helping get that off the road, on the road, sorry. I'm working with the city. They've adopted a website that was actually built by one of the ProTech interns called SantaFeInternships.com. That's being adopted by the city and expanded. So that's that's an SFCC program, but ProTech was actually taught through the Higher Education Center. So I think I'm definitely out there doing the outreach with the city. I'm engaged with the Midtown. I'm engaged with UNM, and we're definitely rowing our oar when it comes to the partnerships and the work that needs to be done. I think though we benefit from having a good, clear vision of what we want to have, what we want to do, especially because this is an opportunity to do something dramatically different than what we've done before.
Okay, well, I'll be interested to see how the continued sort of clarification of relationships between the HEC and those partners and the college sort of develop.
Megan, this is Jody. I just wanted to tell you I really like that you're thinking ahead, and especially, I mean, these are, you know, as everybody says, definitely different times, but thinking about the transformative and the vision. The part that kind of spoke to me was where you were talking about meeting students where they are. I think that's really important to recognize is, you know, students are going to be at a different level, and how are we going to get them to the level we want? We talked about creating these mini, you know, pathways, or building them these pathways, and I think that's very good, and that's kind of where we need to head. I think what you're hearing from all of us is kind of understanding how you map that pathway, and then kind of the schedule to get there. And so I think these are good ideas. Understanding how we're going to do that is obviously what's very important to us. And getting all your steps or these goals, step 1, 2, and 3, you know, what is the pathway, and then the schedule to get there. And that would help us understand.
Right.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comments? All right, thank you for putting that together, especially in these times, right, when there's so much uncertainty.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's wonderful to come and chat with you.
All right, do you have another presentation, I believe?
This is,
The finances, or no?
I'd be happy to share a parade of updates of the community partnership programs that I had shared from last time, but this was all I had to formally present today.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Or do you want to briefly say something about Midtown Campus? I mean, I heard Becky said something about it. Anything else?
Sure. I just to reiterate what Becky said, they have come back with their findings. Again, the landscape has just completely changed since the exclusivity agreement was approved. Everything has dramatically changed, and access to capital and everything is different. They indicated that the biggest challenges were the zoning. This is my interpretation of what they said, but it almost sounded like that the city is saying that the link overlay zoning doesn't apply to the Midtown property, that any zoning that was prior to the link overlay would supersede the link overlay. So that has really hamstrung the efforts to move forward with any development. They also indicated that the 3 projects that the city currently has on the Midtown are not allowed under the zoning rules. So they've got the recovery center, they have a homeless center, and the police station. And according to all of the zoning restrictions, none of those are allowed uses for the property. And nobody wants to say, hey, you can't have those here. So the city needs to figure that out. And lastly, they said that the valuation of the existing structures was in many cases very optimistic, and that they are not, that it is not a project ready for development, that there's going to be quite a bit of remediation that needs to be done, especially in terms of infrastructure and especially access, because the Midtown's not going to be able to survive with one entrance and one exit as it currently has. But the folks that own property that could create additional points of egress are at the moment not willing to negotiate. So there are definitely some challenges with the project, and things are definitely going to slow down. But I still think it's an incredible opportunity, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that, you know, all of us pulling together will ultimately be able to come up with something that's going to benefit the whole city.
Right. Yeah.
And I will add, Vice Chair Gamble, that the film program is moving ahead, and they've been having a lot of meetings with our film faculty and our new dean, Jim Weishong, to talk about how we can start the film training, because that is I think that's clearly going to be the initial project on the campus. And, it kind of all hinges on when they can get, film crew, film production work in the studio. But that I think is the immediate focus to get sort of like an anchor tenant there.
Right, right. Yeah, that could be very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And film happens to be something that's going on now, despite
Absolutely.
everything else being closed down.
Exactly.
Well, and it seems like one of the big challenges around the zoning is that it has to have educational use. But that means good things for, I think, Santa Fe Community College and for the Higher Education Center, and that by partnering with us, we can expedite access to some of that stuff. So
Right.
I think that's something we should be thinking about.
Yeah, great.
Moving back to the agenda, then thank you, Megan, very much. And moving on to the next section, board reports, discussions, or other business. There any? All right, hearing nothing. The next section is adjourning. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
And do I have a second?
Second,
All right, thank you, Chairman Sullivan and Vice Chair Gamble. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. That's the adjournment of that part. I think it's over to you, Chairman Sullivan.
thank you. Thank you. We'll now move forward into the regular governing board meeting Wednesday, August 26, 2020. Time is 1:52. We'll determine the quorum and call to order. I see and hear Vice Chair Gamble, and see Secretary Pugh, and I think I heard Member Siegel as well. Are you there, Linda?
I'm here.
All right, welcome. As I mentioned before, Member Quintana will be late. She estimates around 3:30. So we do have a quorum. Welcome to everyone, board members and staff and faculty and guests. Welcome to students. Monday was our opening day of the Santa Fe Community College in a totally new and challenging environment, but we opened, and we're working our way through a myriad of little details and challenges, but we're doing it. So my thanks to the president and to the staff and faculty and students who are all working to make this work. Next item is the adoption of the agenda. I would like to make one suggested change. We always give the strategic plan people the last slot on the agenda, which is usually many hours into the meeting, and I would really like to move them up under presentations after the foundation reports. This is the end of the current command sequence and the beginning of a new one. So I think it's important to hear from Josh and Ms. Guyvis as to what we're doing and to allow a little time for questions and input. So that would be my recommendation, would be to move that item up. With that, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I move to adopt the agenda with the amended movement of the strategic plan. Where is the current strategic plan on the agenda? I don't see it.
It's
Oh, I
really,
see. I see it.
item
Yeah.
11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
It's at midnight,
Yeah.
you know. Okay,
Only if you talk a lot, Jack.
is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay, second by Jody, thank you. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda is adopted. So we'll move next to public comments. Are there any public comments today?
There are no public comments. They hear me?
Who's talking?
There are no public comments.
There are
That's
no,
fine.
I thought it said there are a lot of comments. I was gonna say those. Okay. No comments, no public comments. So with that, we'll go to item 5 on the agenda, beginning with the president's report. Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. The first thing that I would like to mention under our accreditation update is that, as you know, we got a very good report back from the Higher Learning Commission, our full accreditation. And so the next step, and we'll probably keep reporting on this from month to month, but we have all the executive team has been briefed on the new criteria, the updates to the criteria through the Higher Learning Commission, so that we are constantly staying abreast of those and ready to keep adjusting what we need to with our own processes and procedures. Under student engagement and success, the campus cupboard is offering curbside pickup of prepackaged grocery bags on Thursdays from noon to 4 at the West Wing, and the Food Depot is providing this support. Dr. Amna Nayar, the director of the dental program, hosted a virtual pinning graduation, which was very successful. The July 7th cover of the Santa Fe Reporter features artwork by alumnus Josh Anderson, who received an Associate of Fine Arts in 2015. The Santa Fe Community College Spring 2015 commencement speaker, August Honel, was recently thanked by Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham at a press conference over Facebook Live. And this was at about the 6-minute mark in her speech. The Office of Information Technology is offering laptops on loan and access to Wi-Fi hotspots at no charge for registered degree-seeking students. The Student Government Association is seeking applications for executive officer and senator positions. Santa Fe Community College students received 9 out of the 19 career pathways scholarships awarded by Los Alamos National Labs Foundation in July. These are scholarships that fund up to $1,500 per academic year for students pursuing 2-year degrees and certificates. And the awardees are Herman Bejarano Cardenas, who is in general engineering and engineering technology, Zachary DeLay from Sustainable Technologies, Alexander Eboa in nursing, Sasha Garcia in early education, Joshua Macias in general engineering, Amy Norris from human services, Ilse Perez Sakan from respiratory care, Rosa Rangel from dental health, and Kieran Sequoia also in respiratory care. So that's really a feather in those students' caps. It's a big deal. The financial aid and foundation offices are currently soliciting applications for state institutional and foundational scholarships for full, new and returning full and part-time students. We are currently soliciting applications for the Domanica Foundation Contract for a Better Tomorrow Scholarship Program. This is a performance-based scholarship program that helps students graduate. The UNM SFCC Healthcare Ambassadors Program promoted applications from SFC students who are interested in pursuing healthcare careers. The library director, Val Nye, and assistant professor of English, Kate McCahill, presented an interactive workshop on communicating during COVID for students, faculty, and staff. Very well attended. The counseling services staff provided half-an-hour open chat sessions for students as an option for them to check in or seeking assistance during this difficult time of social isolation. Counseling is free to registered students using a confidential telehealth platform. The Office of Information Technology has licensed Zoom video conferencing for the faculty as an additional online teaching tool, and this was specifically at the faculty's request. The Marketing and Public Relations Department have launched various recruiting initiatives. A partnership with KSWV features interviews with faculty and staff that aired Monday and Wednesday mornings from 8 to 8:30. The program featured automotive technology, culinary arts, film, solar, sustainable technologies, controlled environment agriculture, and more. And the dates are listed there for you for each of our faculty who participated in these recruitment radio spots. Working with Megan McGarity, the interim director of the Santa Fe HEC, to create profiles similar to the SFCC snapshots called HEC Journeys to promote the activities of the Higher Education Center. The Career Services Office is offering virtual drop-in clinic sessions. The School of Trades, Advanced Technologies, and Sustainability produced a 45-minute video called Earth Angels. The Testing Center provided students the opportunity to take the GED and high school equivalency tests in July and August. The library is offering curbside pickup of books, DVDs, and CDs and audiobooks at designated times, Thursdays through Friday. The Office of Information Technology announced a new partnership with Dell, offering educational discounts to students, faculty, and staff on laptops, monitors, and different types of computer accessories. The New Mexico Higher Education Department has approved the Associate of Applied Science and Engineering Machining Technology. The college is currently offering the Certificate in Machining Technology, which requires 41 credit hours of technical training, and will begin offering the associate's degree. And as you will recall, this is a new partnership that we have in direct connection with Los Alamos National Labs. And the program is being offered with financial assistance from the lab and directly working to meet their training needs. Under faculty and staff, our convocation speaker was Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings. She's a global thought leader and a renowned scholar in the field of education and equality. And her talk was streamed on SFCC's YouTube channel. Students and the community were invited to tune in, and then that was followed by an hour-long panel sessions where we had 3 questions that faculty and staff were asked to talk about and discuss, and then the answers to those 3 questions, which were all equity related, will be part of the drafting documents for our new strategic plan. There were many really valuable, informative sessions that were offered during convocation. Faculty and staff senates also met. There was training on the simple syllabus. Title V had various trainings, accessibility during COVID. This is the time that we traditionally offer faculty and staff a broad array of training opportunities, and this week is largely dedicated to that. I think that everybody is getting used to the virtual environment, and we've gotten pretty good at being able to provide the training we need through this environment. And then there was also conversations with the president event during the Monday of that week. Recently retired longtime faculty member Andrew Lovato wrote an opinion column, My View, History is as Natural as Breathing, that was published in the New Mexican. Faculty member Emily Stern had an opinion column, My View, Getting on the Side of Justice, also published in the New Mexican. S.J. Miller, PhD, Associate Professor of Teacher Education, was asked for input on the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force platform regarding education. The President's Diversity Advisory Committee issued a statement on Black Lives Matter. Academic advisor Jonathan Harrell and Marketing and Public Relations Department Executive Assistant Roxanne Tapia acted in Teatro Paraguas, recent production of Red Bike. The Online Teaching and Learning Office implemented Simple Syllabus, which hosts all syllabi and allows faculty to personalize their syllabi with interactive course materials. The Office of Information Technology is connected with Dell to offer employee discounts. And then also, as you no doubt read in the newspaper, Amanda Hatherley, who is the director of the Energy Smart Academy, developed and offered an online training that was called COVID-19 Workplace Safety. That training has already been offered to over 2,200 students nationwide. It was designed specifically for the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program, but the training has been taken by people outside that field, and many of our own staff are taking that training, and she is looking at customizing various aspects of it to meet a little bit more specific needs for other individuals. Under local and statewide bonds, in our capital work under the William C. Witness, the Fitness Education Center, we're getting new quotes for the general neutral restrooms. Solar and the emergency panels project had to be solicited so that there will be a new contract that's presented to you today. There have been 3 meetings held with the general neutral committee. WH Pacific completed their work to develop a program for the design of a universal restroom, provided an achievable concept design, and provide a reasonable project cost for the subsequent execution of the final design and construction. So there will be a restroom going into the space that we designated early on, and then that will be really a temporary situation until we can completely redesign and construct a universal bathroom and locker room that will be fully functional. Donner Plumbing and Heating have ordered the pool boilers, which have an approximate 6-week lead time, and these will be installed hopefully early in September. The tennis courts have been resurfaced, and because of additional funding was available and the funds set aside, new screens will be added to the court fencing. New divider curtains were installed in the gymnasium, and bleacher repairs will be completed this month once the parts arrive. Improvements to the outdoor track are ongoing. The pneumatic system updates by JCI are scheduled for completion in late August or early September. And under the Automotive Center, concrete and asphalt paving and installation of doors and hardware were completed, allowing the building to be locked for the first time in August. Metal roofing, lighting, and plumbing fixtures are being installed. Interior painting is ongoing, and data, electrical, and fire alarm cabling is ongoing. Shop equipment, including many of the lifts, is in the process of being installed. Furniture and technology equipment have been ordered. The project continues to be within budget, and discussions about options for any remaining contingency funds are in progress. The center's on track to receive a Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design Gold certification. Due to COVID-related delays and the need for additional information about the campus's high voltage utilities, the project is scheduled to be completed early in the fall. So we'd hope to have that project completed before the beginning of the semester, but it will be completed this fall. And it's my understanding that the automotive students are working online in the meantime, because a lot of their didactic work can be completed online. In the learning space in the main campus, the agreement with the architecture and engineering vendor for the dust collection system for the woodworking studios has been terminated, and we are looking at a different approach with the new vendor. Under the welding lab upgrades, construction by ESA is progressing and is on schedule for completion early this fall. Under the parking lot improvements, parking lot phase 1 upgrades are in progress and will be completed by the end of October. 2 quotes for phase 2 were received, both under SFCC's consultant's cost estimate, and a contractor has been selected. The purchase order is in process, which actually came in under budget, which is not happening very much right now, but that's good. Phase 2 construction will be completed by or before the end of September, and includes the parking lots at the fitness center, the West Wing, the Health Sciences Center, and the service delivery area. The facilities and operations lot will be awarded a later time to allow for additional design. The design for the adult education project, which had been put on hold due to COVID, is moving forward again. Under energy efficient projects, the cooling tower and heat exchanger projects are complete. The computer room air conditioner project will be completed by the end of August. Progress on the main power distribution project is ongoing. Design drawings for the 800s HVAC improvements have been received, and procurement of a construction contractor is in progress. 2 variable frequency drives on the air handling units have been replaced in the fitness center, and we are awaiting the dual feed power master variable frequency drive equipment from JCI. The orders in process. Under the 2019 funds, sneeze guards have been purchased and are being installed at the reception and transaction centers around campus. The 2016, 18, and 19 funds, the wastewater treatment plant transfer to ranchland and irrigation project is in progress. The contractor is working on utility locations on the west side of Richards Avenue near the underground bore location. Upgrades and renovations to KSFR radio station facilities in Los Alamos and Santa Fe are underway. The upgrades include a new HVAC system, carpet, furniture, network equipment, broadcast equipment, and modifications to the antenna on Pajarito Mountain. Under roofing upgrades, the bid for Lot 2 is under construction and scheduled for completion by the end of September. Lot 1 will begin upon board approval. The performance contract agreement contract was completed in July, and Siemens is scheduled for a kickoff meeting in the near future. The controlled environment agriculture's greenhouse projects are set to begin. The instructors are currently working to obtain quotes for cold storage, water treatment systems, and aquaponics boilers. An insect screen is in design. For the film and media department, the equipment cage was installed in July. So that's a lot of capital projects going. If you look at our parking lots, it looks like a giant construction site with a lot of dirt. Under community engagement, the college publication, the Santa Fe Literary Review, is produced annually by SFCC students, faculty, and alumni. Is overseen by faculty advisor Kate McCahill. The current publication features work by regional writers and artists, as well as contributors from around the world. Complimentary copies of this year's issue, The Spaces Between, are available for curbside pickup at the Santa Fe Public Library branches and the SFCC library, and there will be an online reception October 22nd. The William C. Witter Fitness Center won several categories in the Santa Fe Reporter's Best of Santa Fe. Best Pilates Studio, first place. Best Fitness Classes, second place. Best Yoga Studio, third place. The Marketing and Public Relations Department published a special edition of Inside SFCC. SFCC celebrates graduates in virtual ceremony to recognize the class of 2020, including credit students, GED, high school equivalency, and IBEST graduates. Some of our recent media coverage is also listed there for you. Kate McCahill had an interview with Lynn Klein on KSFR. We had many students that were mentioned, the students in our career pathway. The Santa Fe Reporter interviewed me to talk about the Midtown campus looking ahead at that. We also, I presented in July at the LFC hearings in Cloudcroft in person. This was the LFC wanted to hear in person about our reopening plans. And I spoke on behalf of Santa Fe Community College and really all community colleges, and gave them a chance to answer questions. It was kind of a strange experience to be there in person and very far away from people. The HED Capitol hearing was a couple of weeks ago. Henry and I presented at that. We presented a project on safety and security project, which involves fixing our perimeter road and also replacing our fire alarm system and our security system, which is a bit outdated right now. As Megan and I updated you a little bit, the Midtown project is moving kind of slowly right now. I would say the real movement is in the film project, and I would like to thank Jim Wysong and Milton Reese and Shalimar Krebs and Allison Johnson for their work on that, as they've been really working with UNM and also with the Film Union, which is a very big step forward to get that project off the ground. The spring schedule is being worked on right now. Most of what we're proposing is basically the same schedule as we have right now, which I believe we have about 25% of our classes face-to-face, and those are in healthcare and trades and technology, and some art classes which are dependent upon the studios and can't be held any other way. And then other classes that can be held online are being held online. And then, you know, if the governor's orders change or the COVID situation changes, we will certainly add in more face-to-face sections if we need to and as we can. It's certainly much easier for us to add in face-to-face sections as we go along than to redo our schedule completely, which we had to do a little bit more of than we'd hoped this last go around. And then I also want to mention for the upcoming general election in November, that Santa Fe Community College has two bonds on that election. Bond C is the capital bond, and Santa Fe Community College has $2 million on that bond question that will involve the, there it is right there. And again, there is no tax increase for this bond. And if people ask you, there's also no tax decrease if the bond doesn't fail. But this one, would provide, as I said, $2 million that would be used for safety infrastructure improvements. And then there's also the bond for libraries, which I believe would provide Santa Fe Community College with about $37,000 for libraries. The library bond, though, is for all academic libraries, including tribal libraries, and also for all public libraries. So the bonds have been structured so that there are projects in all counties statewide. There is, I think, some concern that we will have a little bit more trouble passing this selection than we do normally because of COVID and just the general decline in our economy. But the bond has been packaged to where there is no tax increase. And so I think that certainly makes a difference to voters, but we'll be getting out much more publicity on that and making our rounds on the radio and also at civic organizations to get the word out on that. Under collective bargaining, the Labor Management Relations Board is not going to meet until the college is fully open again, unless there's a need for them to meet. And under administration, the college has welcomed James Weissong as the Dean of Arts, Design, Media Arts, and Liberal Arts. He started on the middle of July, right in the middle of the COVID crisis, and I truly hit the ground running. We produced the Santa Fe Cares COVID-19 Readiness Plan and submitted it to the New Mexico Higher Education Department. We continue to update it as needed. It's posted online along with the summary of the plan if you don't want to read all of the nitty-gritty details about the cleaning schedule and things like that. But I believe it was updated yesterday, just as we have to refine our plan going through the process of how we stay safe. The college currently has 20 job openings posted online. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for the president?
Yes, Becky, the 2 points regarding the loan of computers for students who don't have them and the discounted Dell computers for students. Has there been much of a demand for either of those?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Chandler, yes, there has definitely been a lot of need for the laptop checkout. We have been doing that on a much smaller basis for kind of a long time. But when the COVID crisis hit, I have to give a shout out to Bergen, our OIT department. They started scrounging up all available laptops on campus that weren't being used and repurposing those so that we could check those out to students and including in staff that needed one to work from home. But in the meantime, As you recall, we got about $1.2 million from the federal government through the CARES Act funds. And half of that went to directly to student aid, but the other half was used for, among other things, to purchase laptops and hotspots so that our students can have better access. And so IT and the library have coordinated a plan to check all those things out. And yes, they are in demand.
And the hotspots are being deployed where?
So those are personal hotspots that people can check out. The only issue is that you have to be within range of Wi-Fi service. So if you're out in the middle, in a really, really extraordinarily rural area and there is no Wi-Fi signal anywhere in your vicinity, they're not useful. But if you're in town anywhere, or anywhere, even in the remote areas that have Wi-Fi signals, then if you don't have an internet account, you can use one of those hotspots to access the internet.
Also, let me ask about the wood shop and the ventilation, or the ventilation and system there. I know from the earlier meetings, the bid came in just 2 or 3 times more than we had anticipated. So what's happening now with that?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Gamble, so we've basically scrapped our approach and we're looking for a different solution. And, Henry may be able to give you more details about what that entails, but the ventilation system that we were looking at through that vendor that just proved to be really, really expensive just isn't an option for us. And
Right.
So there are other smaller ways that we can rectify the problem and still, meet our ventilation needs, but we're still exploring those.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Becky? I had one small question, Becky. On the campus cover, the food distribution program, do they accept perishable foods, or is it all non-perishable?
Mr. Chair, I believe it's all non-perishable right now. We had hoped to be able to, move in that direction at some point, but I think they've just recently resumed their activities, so maybe we can, move that direction in the future. But right now, they're focusing on non-perishable.
On George's question about the ventilation improvements, noticed in your report that the architect engineer firm contract was terminated. Is there any more that you want to add to that?
So the architecture, there is a contract. Are you talking about the ventilation in the trades building or in the woodworking shop?
In the woodworking shop, the woodworking and dust collection.
The woodworking and dust collection, you're correct. That contract was terminated. I don't know exactly where we are with moving forward. We're going to have to do something different. That approach was just not going to be workable for us. Part of the problem, as my understanding, was actually procuring the right type of equipment. That it's very specialized. Our space is very specialized, and to be able to find something that really is going to meet the needs in there and come in, at a fairly reasonable price has just been really difficult.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the enrollment report. Are you up, Marcos?
I am up. I am waiting for my colleague, Tomasino Ortiz Gallegos, to lead us off. But thank you very much, Chair Sullivan. And if not, I guess I am happy to start off.
Good.
I don't see her on the list of attendees right now. So maybe you could give us you're always optimistic and carefully prepared presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Sullivan. Members of the board, President Rowley. I guess what I'll report on, because again, I want my colleague Tomasina Ortiz-Gallegos to report on PowerPoint that she's been working on today, but I would like to report on the dual credit numbers. And again, I think it's important just to shed light on the numbers that we have. Currently, as of this moment, we have 501 registered dual credit students for the fall 2020 semester. And that's still not counting any of the cohort classes that we offer on the high school campuses. Now, while we obviously are not able to offer these classes on the high school campus this semester, they still will go on as virtual cohort classes. We have currently 33 created cohort classes that still have yet to be enrolled. We still have yet to register these dual credit students for these classes. So there's a really good chance that those dual credit numbers for the fall 2020 semester can go as high as anywhere between 600 to maybe close to 700 students. And if you were to ask me 3 months ago if that number was even plausible, I would have said no. So I'm really pleased and happy to see our high school partners stepping up, and most importantly, to see our dual credit students stepping up with these types of numbers. They are stepping up to the plate. They are taking on this remote learning, and I'm just very proud of them, and I'm proud of our small staff as well, and our associate deans and just everybody who was assisted with us during this crazy, crazy time. Also, I think it's really important, Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, to report that although our numbers of overall enrollment of Hispanic students are not exactly where we want them to be. Of course, we always want them to be higher, especially because we are a Hispanic serving institution. The numbers for dual credit are very exciting. 64% of all dual credit students enrolled in fall 2020 are Hispanic. 64%, that is the highest number we have had in 5 years, the highest percentage, I should say. So we are very proud again of that number. And Tomasina, are you on yet to report on the general enrollment numbers?
Hi, everyone. I am here. Technology was not my friend today, so I greatly apologize for my delayed arrival. All right, if I could share the screen, that would be great. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Can we see it now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, I apologize for my delayed arrival. I know that Marcos has probably shared some really great information with you all. I wanted to go ahead and start some of the conversation, and I hope I'm not repeating what has already been said, but the fall 2020 enrollment projections for this year, we were projecting and budgeting for a 30% decline because of the pandemic, because of the way that we were changing and providing our information with regards to our modality. We had an understanding that we probably wouldn't be able to offer as many courses that we would want to, that were hands-on and in-person, that had those types of requirements. And so there really was a concern and a projection that we were going to have about a 30% decline. These numbers were as of today, yesterday afternoon, late yesterday afternoon. You'll see that the first column was for 2019, The second was for 2020, and then the third is a percentage of difference. In 2019, we had student credit hours that totaled 32,614. What we have as of yesterday afternoon were 25,292. This was an overall difference of being down about 22%. So we are doing much better than what our overall projection was. When we take a look at the new students, and I know Marcos was talking about that just a moment ago, again, the first column, 2019, then 2020, and the percentage of difference, you'll see that we have an overall decline of 61%. And these are new first-time college students, first-time freshmen, that is. I also included who are the full-time students, which are right below under full-time. You'll see that we have a negative difference of 67%. As of right now, we only have 87 new first-time, full-time freshmen who are enrolled at the college.
Thomasine, I think you want to explain it, what HC means.
Sure, HC stands for head count. So SCH stands for student credit hours, and that is where we get our funding from. That is what we're looking at for completion. That is really what we're projecting on, number of semesters to completion. HC stands for head count. That's the total overall number of students within that particular category. So we're looking at transfer students. Again, you'll see here some very positive news on our transfer students. We've had an increase of 30% in student credit hours and an increase of 11% in head count. I know that there was some question as to where are these students going into, what are they majoring in. Some of the most popular courses you'll see that are listed there on the right-hand side of the screen, and let me move my little screen over so we can go over them together, are the machining and tooling technology, the controlled environment agriculture, education, and the American Heart Association. And these are courses, not necessarily programs. These are courses that had more than 20% of the transfer enrollment included in their enrollments, excuse me. When we take a look at students who are degree seeking, last year we had 59% of the overall population, and this year we have 70%. So that's really positive. And that's something that we're really working with and keeping an eye on. Our academic advisors are really connecting to all students, but really specifically trying to make sure that we have this particular population on a degree path. Our student age, this is where we're going to probably see the majority of the significant difference compared to last year. Last year we had, you'll see the range for, let's say, 50 to 70, 75-year-olds, a lot higher than what we have this year. And that's primarily due to the fact that we're not offering as many physical education courses that a lot of our senior population were taking, as well as some of our hands-on fine arts courses. While we are offering some, we're not offering as many. And that is where we believe there is a major decline in this particular age group of student. So I have the next two slides. This first one is gender for the overall population. You really won't see too much of a difference. There's a couple of percentage points. But what really is concerning to me at this point, to us, is the fact that we have a decline in our male population overall by a couple of percentage points. And that has been a steady decline over these last few years of males entering in higher education in general, but more so at the college is what we're really trying to track now and see what we can do to help this particular population. This is the gender for first-time, full-time students. Again, you won't see too much of a significant difference, but you'll still see that steady decline of our male population. Race and ethnicity, overall, we have a slight increase of our Hispanic population, which is really good to know. But then when we take a look at our race and ethnicity for first-time, full-time students, we have a significant decrease. And there is that significant increase for our white student population. So, you know, there's a lot of theories behind this, some of which is the general population of our Hispanic students have statistically been the individuals who, and that male population, the individuals who have limited resources. They're an underserved population. They are really trying and struggling to make ends meet. They are dealing with family situations, and significantly more so now that there is at-home schooling. A lot of our population who we've been speaking with has definitely shared the impact of having to almost, in their eyes, homeschool their students to be at home and prepare their students for their education. The average credit hours taken, I'm happy to see that we are slightly up. This is average credit hour per student who's currently enrolled. We're now at 7 credit hours compared to last year's 6 credit hours. This is really good, especially since we have an increase of degree-seeking students. We're really hoping that this helps our students complete their degree in a much more timely fashion, their degree or their certificate in a much more timely fashion. Number of courses offered. You will see a significant difference within comparison to last year, and that's primarily because we're not offering all of those physical education courses that so many of our senior students enjoy taking, as well as some of our arts courses, and we do have some limited other courses that are hands-on. But what was really fascinating to us is that our fill rate is now at a 76%, which is higher compared to last year. So we're offering courses that students need and want, and the enrollments are definitely showing it within those particular courses. This is a chart to really show the change in course enrollment from fall 19 to fall 2020. Again, it speaks for itself. You'll see that the major difference is in our physical education courses. There's some significant difference in our FDMA courses, as well as in the arts classes. But if you notice, some of our other courses are really taking the lead, like our biology course has more students enrolled this year compared to last year, our chemistry courses, our early childhood education courses, and then some of the other ones are pretty flat with regards to the enrollments, which is really good considering the fact that all of these courses, the majority of these courses now are online. So the transition has really been, it seems, relatively positive.
What is FDMA, Thomasina?
This is the media arts class. These are the media arts program. And then I know that Marcos has already provided some dual credit data. Marcos, I don't know if you wanted me to share these particular slides or if you've already covered what you needed to, but we can share those again if you'd like. And with that, stands, I stand for questions. That is the report currently right now on the enrollment. I really think it's important to share that, you know, while our enrollments might be down, the impact that we have had with regards to the change, and it's not just so much a transition. Right now, we're seeing the transformation of how we're all adapting to the online modality and providing the services, and the students learning how to be an online student. We're really capturing a strong population of students who are, they're changing with how to be an online learner, and we're doing what we can to teach them how to be a successful online learner and really engaging them as much as possible. So the student population that we have right now is really strong, and they're really being provided with a lot of resources.
Thank you very much, Thomasina. And I would also just like to add, based on your report, to Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, that we hear and we see the lower new student headcount, and we take it very seriously. We are also investigating these same numbers at comparable institutions in other regions in New Mexico. And we expect that this is probably the main culprit is due to COVID. But I also just want to acknowledge that pre-COVID in spring 2020, before we went to complete remote online learning, we did have the highest new student headcount in 3 springs. And we are determined to get back to those numbers. And again, we will stop at nothing until we are getting closer and closer and going back up that hill that we were at prior to COVID. Chair Sullivan.
Questions for Thomasina or Marcos?
Yes.
Yes. Thomasina, could you talk a little about, I mean, there are a lot of things that are not in our control in this situation, students who indeed have economic needs, they have to work, they can't possibly go to school, etc. However, given the students that have enrolled, and you mentioned that this is a new experience for them, and you mentioned doing things to help them learn how to be a online student. And the reason I'm asking about that is, while students enroll in classes, they may also find after one or two classes that this is not for me, and they may drop out. So there may, in other words, be a real need for support of whatever you're doing to help them adjust, learn how to learn in that new environment. So just curious about what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Member Gamble. It's not just, the beauty about this is that it's been a true collaboration across campus. So faculty have really taken an opportunity to work more independently with their students and sharing with them some of their needs and responsibilities and roles as a student within the actual courses themselves. Our online teaching and learning has now started a Canvas orientation that is offered online to help students maximize their usage of Canvas. Canvas is our learning platform that all of our online courses, or the majority of our online courses, are being taught through. We have an online orientation that is a class that it's not for credit, but it definitely does connect the student with an academic advisor, that they are then walked through every step of being a college student. So it's not just how to be an online student, but it's how to be a college student with online services and resources. But in addition to that, Dr. Gamble, excuse me, is we are also developing a peer-to-peer mentor program, which I know is something that you have been asking for a while now. And we're using our student ambassadors. And what our goal is to have our students be connected with a peer member that they can call and contact if they need some additional services or resources. And these are students who have already been through our online courses. These are students who understand maybe some of the challenges and the opportunities of being an online learner. And so we're going to start that process. We have a plan in place that should hopefully start taking place late next week, which is the second week of the semester. But up until then, the students have been connected with an academic advisor who really have been taking the time to work with the students and walk them through how to use their online student account, how to purchase a book online. All of our services are online, and sometimes it just takes a little I'm going to use the term hand-holding. There's nothing wrong with that, to really walk a student and guide them through how to access these services and resources. And then we're not leaving them alone. At that point, they will still be working with an advisor, but now they're going to have that added bonus of having that peer mentor as well.
Well, that sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions on enrollment.
I have a question.
Whoops, excuse me.
Thomasina.
Go ahead.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got booted out partway through your presentation, and I apologize, but I'm back. I did have a question, and you might have addressed it, but last slide I saw before I got booted out was about transfers, and there were more transfers than we had anticipated. Where are people transferring from, and what do you think's going on there?
That is a great question, Member Pugh and Chair Sullivan. If I can, these students we have a higher rate of out-of-state transfer students, and we've been visiting with them. And so what we have found is that these individuals are here because they are not comfortable being back on their campus at their university. They are choosing to stay home because they have to take care of a family member, or it's really a cost-saving effort to be at home while taking online courses and completing some of their general education core curriculum. In speaking with a lot of these students, their hope is now, depending on how long the pandemic is hitting or will hit, they're hoping to complete a credential, a certificate, or even an associate's degree, because we can work with some reverse transfers. And we're really excited about this opportunity for these students. And what's even, I think, more special for them is that they can take these credentials back to their four-year university and complete their bachelor's degree and continue on with what their original goal was. So they are coming in from out of state. I don't have the specific data right now as to which states they're coming from. I don't have the institutions, but they are four-year institutions for the most part. And so we're really happy to be able to serve them.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I suppose one might not be surprised to see over the course of the fall semester, as four-year schools around the country close down their programs, that we would see students coming back home to Santa Fe and perhaps enrolling in the spring, or enrolling in other kind of mid-semester classes.
Member Gamble, I think you're absolutely correct. And I know that the deans are working diligently at looking at some late starting courses. They've already started adding some to the schedule, and definitely reviewing some late starting courses, 14-week, 8-week courses, to really be able to help these students complete their educational journey. In addition to that, there's always, some financial aid concerns that they have around that, and we definitely are working with them. And every day, our financial aid team is working with other institutions on transferring their FAFSA, their free application for federal student aid, to our institution, so that way we could help with the seamless transition into our college. And so it is a matter of them transferring academically. There's some financial aid components to it that we're definitely on top of, and our team is just, I think they've been brilliant in how they've been able to respond to some of these needs.
That's great.
I have a question on the financial aid issue.
Go ahead, Linda.
So are any of the full-time students getting the now I'm blanking on the name, the new scholarship?
The Mexico College
The
Opportunity
promise,
Scholarship.
yeah, the college promise.
Member Siegel, Chairman Sullivan, yes. The college was awarded a little over $500,000 just a few weeks ago. Within a week, our financial aid team had already started awarding, and as of yesterday, we've already awarded over, I think it was close to 20 students. So yes, many of our students are receiving that scholarship. As most of you may remember, students must be full-time status. They must have completed a free application for student aid and must show a need. It doesn't mean that they have to be Pell eligible, but they must have an unmet need. This is a manual process, and so our financial aid team is looking at every applicant individually and making sure that we don't miss one of those students. It's a middle dollar. It must be used for tuition and fees, and it's a great opportunity to be able to help our students. So we're excited to be able to help in this initiative.
So did I hear you say $500,000?
Yes, Member Siegel, it was just over 500. I think it was 512,000. Don't quote me on that, but it was just over 500,000.
And so what happens when we don't use all that?
Member Siegel, I have a very strong feeling we will use it. I think the question should be is what happens when we run out? I know that we're taking a very close look at the accounting of it, and we will be reporting and sharing that information as we go. But I think at this point, we're going to have many students who meet these qualifications. It's getting students to apply for FAFSA. That's where we're at right now. And as we know, historically, throughout the nation, students just are not completing their financial aid application. And so we have many marketing campaigns right now that we're working on to encourage students to complete it, so that way we can see the need and see where we're at with those funds and perhaps an additional need.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely.
I noticed that Member Quintana has joined us. Welcome, Pierre. Are there any other questions? Okay, good to see you. Any other questions on enrollment? Mixed bag, as they say in the stock market. Okay, we'll move in to the foundation report. Deborah Bolt, and you tell us that you've got twice the amount of money that you told us you had last month, or the month before, rather.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I wish I could tell you that, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a different report. And thank you, Vice Chair Gamble, members of the governing board, President Raleigh, for this opportunity to give you the unaudited 12-month report for fiscal year 2019-20 for the foundation. So yeah, our gifts were a little less than we had projected. They were $1,006,843,000. $1,006,843. And in kind totaled $151,624 for a total in excess of $1.1 million. However, due to an investment loss of $188,496, our total revenue was $969,971. So it's unfortunately less than we were projecting. We were projecting in a much rosier time, in excess of $2 million. And unfortunately, because of all the situations that you've been hearing about, it didn't happen. But we did meet our matching obligations, and we met and exceeded the goal of the KPI for the foundation, which is to raise in excess of $100,000 annually for financial aid. We exceeded that by $225,350. And that's all financial aid coming from the foundation, including scholarships, student emergency funds, and programmatic funds like Contract for Better Tomorrow. Speaking of Contract for Better Tomorrow, we met that goal, matching the gift of the Domanica Foundation with $50,000, their gift of $50,000. We matched the funds for the PLOS program at $50,000. We matched the City of Santa Fe's Veterans Commission scholarship at $18,000, matched it dollar for dollar. And we provided $12,000 for Native American scholarship program that is through foundation funds. It's not matching. Additionally, we raised $100,000 for student emergency funds, and that was and continues to be a priority of President Raleigh and of course a priority of our foundation. We're committed to continuing to raise money for student emergencies because they continue. And Chair Sullivan, I believe you asked about campus cupboard, or maybe did you ask about that, sir?
Yes.
We are raising money for campus cupboard too, and we hope to raise funds to have a cooler installed so that the produce, hopefully from our greenhouses, could go to our students, because it just would be a wonderful addition to what they're getting. But thanks to Ed Wharton and Thomasina, the distribution of food that has happened recently in boxes to our students is really helping dramatically. And I have to thank Thomasina and her team for their very hard work to get financial aid out to students, to get the word out to the community that there are resources for students if they come to our college. And that shouldn't be an obstacle to their making a decision to come to the college. It may take some time, but we're working on making sure the resources are there. She's making sure that the community knows about it, and with help with the marketing department. So thank you all for that. I listed some highlights in my report, and rather than read all of them, I would just allow you to do that. But the programs that have been receiving strong support through the foundation continue to receive that support. And that's the Firstborn Home Visiting Program of the Early Childhood Center of Excellence, the endowment that was created, about I guess it was about 4 years ago, to endow the directorship of the center, has received a gift this year, and we're closing in on the amount of 2 million that would make it a fully endowed chair. And that's always something that we would like to complete. The CBT program has received another 50,000, which we are in the process of raising the match. The Konama Health Foundation supported the LPN program, and Quorum has just given us notice that they will match that again this year. So that's an ongoing, very important program that helps create a medical careers pathway for students at not only at Capitol High School in Santa Fe, but also serves as a model for other community colleges to implement across the state. Our continued partnership with the Los Alamos National Laboratory, Triad National Security, continues to support our PLOS program, which is gaining tremendous amount of support in the community, even during the pandemic. And Yael is doing an extraordinary job of connecting people. One of our board members, Jeff Zabit, who is a vice president at Century Bank and president of the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, has agreed to help us reach out to the other banks and credit unions to provide support for that program. So that's something we're actively working on. Santa Fe Community Foundation, in an effort to get COVID-19 response money out to the community, provided several grants through the foundation for COVID response. And that was for our Controlled Environmental Ag program, to pay for 2 student interns this past summer. Is it past yet? This summer. And they were providing produce to organizations like Kitchen Angels, the Food Depot, and while we had our partnership with World Central Kitchen with them as well. So that's been extraordinary. And, you know, we were able to get out ahead of other colleges and the nonprofit community in Santa Fe in March and April because of that partnership with World Central Kitchen. It generated so much media attention, and in addition to feeding so many people, 50,000 meals, we were able to attract more people to our giving page. And 50% of all the donors who gave for the Student Emergency Assistance Fund were new. That's wonderful news for us, because we try to get 10% new donors every year, because usually you lose 10% through attrition. So we have that now. We have a new group of people that we can cultivate and keep informed, and hopefully they will become lifelong donors. So with the disruption caused by the pandemic and the sudden shift from up close personal fundraising, the way we do it, usually over a meal, that's all changed. We have to pivot and find a new way to reach out to our donors, to engage them. And we are projecting for this year a decrease in funding. We hope that it won't be, but we're trying to be realistic. We've revised our budget and significantly reduced expenses. We're also, you know, the COVID has changed the way we live and work. It's also changed the way donors give. And a lot of donors wanted to really put that money into COVID response. And so we were able to do that. But we're also now trying to find ways to engage our donors with virtual events, with live stream events. And I'm hoping at a future presentation that I give next quarter, we'll have something more to speak to you about how we're doing that. But also while we were working with the World Central Kitchen Partnership, we were also calling our donors just to check in, find out how they were doing, and to stay connected with them, because that's really, really important. All of those things helped us raise that extra $100,000 for the Student Emergency Fund. We also are at our board meeting last week. Our board approved to transfer the last quarter payment of $125,372 to the college. We also discussed a microloan program that was presented to us by Ann Corum. Actually, Ann Corum called us and said that they would really like to do 2 grants and they would like us to partner with them. And this is in their investment impact side of their house. It's not a grant, it's an investment impact program. And they have done this for years at UNM and CNM, where students get small loans, maybe up to $2,000, but they're averaging about 500. Micro loans like were done through the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh many years ago. They have a less than 1% default rate, and they've waived so many of their restrictions, like the students have between 5 and 15 years to pay back the loans. They also really emphasize financial literacy training, which our student success office has been involved in the past. And our foundation would have to put up $10,000 for default, but we have a donor in the wings who said that they will cover that amount, so there's no risk to the foundation. And a Nusenda Foundation will receive $100,000 for making the loans. And again, Thomasina is involved in looking at with the details of that, along with other members of the college, and we'll have a more developed report for you. But our board voted to move ahead with that. Also, due to the difficulty of recruiting new board members during a pandemic, the board also voted to extend the terms of 4 members whose terms were about to expire. And all 4 of them, and they voted to extend it to January. So all 4 of the board members agreed to do that, which is wonderful. And we hopefully will have some new board members in the wings to replace those who are retiring. One other thing I wanted to let you know was that we did pay the SFCC's portion of the marketing expense for the Go Bond. We do that every year. And this year was a little higher at $6,400, but we paid that happily because that Go Bond means a lot. So with that, I will be happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
I had a question, Deborah.
Yes, sir.
One of your expenditures, excuse me, that you listed was for Santa Fe Community College professional development for $30,000. Could you tell us what that encompasses?
Well, that is a very important program for our faculty and staff who have traveled to conferences in the past, have brought speakers in for professional development. And that's something that we are very committed to continuing. We are going to endeavor to meet every single one of our obligations, even in a difficult year. But, you know, we're going to do everything we can. So that program has shifted because no one's traveling to conferences out of state. People aren't traveling to come here. And so there have been other applications of those funds for faculty. For online education was one of the things that have been presented. And I would imagine that the committee and Megan McGarity could really address that in detail. So we're going to try to raise those funds again, and I'm pretty sure we will. We're going to be having some savings, and the amount is $30,000, sir. But we're probably not going to have a holiday party. You know, I mean, there are things that we did pay for last year that we're probably going to have some savings there. And also, if we have the kind of reduction in enrollment, not all of our endowed funds are going to be awarded for scholarships. So they just get rolled back into the endowment, and fingers crossed, the market will continue to grow, and so will the endowed funds. Does that answer your Question?
Do you provide this to the college as a lump sum, and then the college distributes it as necessary?
That's correct.
Okay.
And
Any
there's
other
a process, there's a committee that, you know, that reviews all the applications, and it's all very structured and very well done.
Yeah, and that's done at the college level.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Other questions for Deborah on the foundation quarterly report?
Year-end reports, sorry.
You're in, okay. Hearing none, thank you once again. Keep up the good work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Glad to see the stock market is improving, so that should help out a bit. And now we're going to go to the highlight of today's meeting. Everyone's been waiting for this. Here it comes. It's going to be the Santa Fe Community College Strategic Plan Annual Report. Go, Yash.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm going to defer to my colleague Julie Gallegos for this portion of the presentation.
Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, I am having a little bit of technical difficulty that may have to do with the fact that I have two kids in school right now online. I apologize for that. I may not be, here we go. I may not be able to get my camera on.
Well, while you're doing that, I just want to mention to Pierre that we made a change in the agenda here. We moved this item, which was under item 11, we moved it up under presentations. Because number one, I wasn't sure when you were going to be here, and I wanted you to be involved in the executives. And number two is that we always seem to put Julie and Yash at the end of the meeting when everybody is dropping out. And so we wanted to move them up this time.
Thanks, Chair Sullivan.
Yes.
You're back on.
Thank
Julie.
you, Chair Sullivan. I don't think I've ever been this early on the agenda. This is really exciting.
Yeah, don't be expecting.
I won't. I'll jump right in. I did submit a written report for your review. I can share that here at the end of the presentation if we need to look at any of the specific parts of it. But basically, I wanted to start off by giving just kind of an overview of the report. You may remember this time last year that we talked about how this was going to be a little bit of an unusual year, and boy, we just really didn't know, did we, what we were getting into. At that point, we were thinking our strategic planning process was going to be a little bit unusual because we had the Higher Learning Commission meeting, that visit coming up, and we were trying to prepare for it. And rather than doing that as a side project from all of the strategic plan KPIs that we focus on each year, we thought it made the most sense to really incorporate those high priority issues from the HLC, from our accreditation process into our strategic planning process. And so we did that. And so we, several of our KPIs were specifically around accreditation issues, such as faculty credentials, faculty evaluations, syllabi consistency, those kinds of things we added in to our strategic plan KPIs for this year. I believe Deborah may still be on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Deborah, your mic is still on. There we go. And so we focused on those up. Yes, Chair Sullivan.
Would you tell those who may not be familiar with what the plan, what a KPI is?
Absolutely. That's a key performance indicator. And what we do each year, we set a number of goals, short-term goals related to our long-term goals in our strategic plan. And then we set KPIs for each of those, which are the measures that we use to assess whether or not we're being successful in carrying out those short-term goals and whether we're then meeting our long-term goals. I hope that clarifies that. So we did, as I said, focus on those through that visit by the Higher Learning Commission that was held in February. And then our expectation at that point was that we would really, move on to finish out our process, because this was, what was originally a 5-year strategic plan, and then we extended for 2 years. This was the conclusion of our 7-year strategic plan. And so we had expected to just close out that 7-year process as well as we could. And then of course campus closed. And so that threw a whole other wrench into the process. But what we found, and I think this was a really important lesson that I tried to really discuss in that report that I submitted, what we found was that because of the process that we've developed, which is really unique to us, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Because of that process, we were actually able, I think, to shift really successfully to address the emergency needs that came up there when we closed campus due to COVID-19. So some of the things that I think contributed to that success are, you've heard us talk about this in the past. We've learned that in order to really address KPIs, we need to keep them front and center on everybody's mind. And in order to do that, the system that we came up with was to have a bi-weekly meeting with the team that is carrying out the KPI and the president. And then this past year, we actually, when Dr. Rowley came on board, President Rowley came on board, we actually expanded that to have those bi-weekly meetings happen in executive team. And so there was this great collaborative effort that was built around each of the KPIs to support them, to keep them front and center, to keep us moving forward. And so I think that one in particular has been a really key piece to our success. We also have cross-departmental teams working on each of our KPIs. We have a real focus on data. And then, as I mentioned, a lot of support from leadership. And those things combined, I think, helped us to carry out the KPIs that we were able to. Some of them continued as planned. Some of them we really weren't able to continue. An example of that might be faculty evaluations, because faculty were so focused on getting their classes online. At the point that after campus closed, we really felt like that was one that needed to just be put to the side for the time, that we needed to allow them that time to do what they needed to do for their students. But then others were able to shift. And an example of that might be our emergency preparedness KPI, which in the past has been focused on addressing the crisis, the nationwide crisis around active shooters and those kinds of horrible events, making sure that we were prepared in the event that something like that, could potentially happen. And so that one really began to shift away from that focus into the really present emergency need of how can we keep our campus safe and create a healthy environment for those faculty, staff, and students that are returning to campus. And so it became more about how to reopen campus and deal with sanitization of different areas of campus and what's being used and where certain numbers of students are going to be and how to plan for that. So those are just some examples of how we adjusted this year. So again, it was an unusual year. It did not go as we expected, but I think all in all, considering it, we really were more successful than I could have imagined in some ways. After campus closed, we came back to our biweekly meetings about, I believe it's about 2 to 3 weeks after campus closed. We brought those meetings into a format like this and carried on. And I was really impressed with everyone's ability to just jump right back in and finish up the plan as much as we were able to. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the end of our 7-year process and what we learned. Some of the greatest successes that I talked about in the report, one was the graduation rate, that when we started our initial strategic planning process in early 2013, the baseline for our IPEDS graduation rate was 9%. And we have successfully reached, well, what was originally a 20% target, we exceeded that. And even in a crazy year like this, we have a 25% IPEDS graduation rate, which I think is something to celebrate on its own. But I also think that we learned something through that, through how that KPI was managed. And that is that there was a clear goal that was set up front, that was communicated campus-wide, that had support campus-wide. We had a multi-year target that we were trying to reach, lots of cross-departmental cooperation, and then some very clear strategies for how we were going to meet that target. And I think all of those things are approaches that we should make sure that we carry forward into our future planning process. I also think that moving forward, we need to make sure that we're serving our students, and particularly those students during this pandemic, especially particularly the students of color, because they're the ones that are most vulnerable to the barriers that we sometimes unintentionally put in their way. And so I'm hopeful that as we move into the next.
Julie, before you move into that item, could you explain what IPEDS means and what it is, please? Can you hear it? You're okay?
Julie might be frozen a little bit, so I'm just going to jump right in. IPED stands for Integrated Post-Secondary Educational Data System, and it is the data that we have to report to the federal government. And so the federal government has come up with a consistent measure, a definition to measure student success. And one of the measures there is something that's considered to be called a graduation rate, which sort of measures how quickly are students graduating. Nationally, about 20% is the standard for community college graduation rates. And as I understand it, we currently have that 25% graduation rate.
And that criteria that they lay out, correct me if I'm wrong, is that how many of the students graduate within an associate degree within 3 years, or within a year more than the degree was predicted to take. Is that accurate?
For all in all, yes. Of the first-time full-time degree-seeking students, how many of them graduated within 3 years for associate degrees?
Right. So we were down at a rate in the low teens, and we're now celebrating the fact that we can graduate 24% of our first-time full-time students within that.
So the meeting tomorrow at 1 is still on. It was just to inspect the piping.
Hey, Karen.
You want to go to that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's still going.
Karen,
I'm going to be Albuquerque, but
your mic is on. There you go. So yes, so we are celebrating a 25% graduation rate from the 9%. That is correct.
So, okay, I just wanted to stop you there, Julie, because I think that's a major success, and we want to acknowledge everybody that participated in that, as you did.
Yes, the credit really goes for all the faculty and staff members who worked hard on making sure that that was successful. Go ahead, Julie.
So I'm not sure when I cut out there, actually. Talking about graduation, I assume.
You cut out that minority,
Okay. Well, I'll mention one other of our really great successes that I believe occurred over the last 7 years, which is happened with the KPIs through the financial area. And I mean, if you recall, many of you who were here at the point that we had our financial crisis and had basically nothing in reserves. The finance area over the past, I believe it was 5 to 6 years, created a plan whereby they were able to put into reserves what we now have, which is close to $8 million, which was the target because it can address 3 payrolls in the event of an emergency, which obviously we're entering another financial situation here, and so that is a great deal of comfort, I think, at this point to have those reserves in place. But they also addressed an issue that was happening with audit findings, and it brought us down from some pretty high numbers of audit findings to 0 audit findings by being very systematic and addressing any concerns as they came up. And I think, again, that's an example of a success and the kinds of actions that we might look at taking moving forward with our next strategic plan. So I'll actually stop there unless Yash would like to add anything else at this point.
Just a couple of items. Julie and I mentioned 2 great examples, but that is not to say there aren't many more examples. We constantly talk about how amazed we are with our colleagues of all the other successes that we've had on campus, from emergency preparedness to helping more students graduate, to issues relating to financial aid, etc. So we just want to make sure that we feel that those are 2 large ones the institution actually was talking about consistently, but we also feel that there's a lot of things to celebrate, and I think that's included in the report.
And I just want to add that for those who would like to look at the entire report, it is online. You can click on the link and see that report. And it does tell in the KPIs and in the initiatives that the college hasn't quite met what it had hoped to meet. And then it comes up and it says, here's the ones where we've met or we've exceeded. So it's not a promotional report. It's a factual report about what we did and what we didn't. And that helps us as we're ready to start the next strategic plan, which will be facing us now. So I find it useful to read that for that reason. With that said, are there questions for Julie or Yash? Must have been a good report, I guess. Okay. We'll move forward then and go to the Faculty Senate report.
Chair Sullivan.
Thank you.
Kate McCahill will
Thank
be
you so
reporting.
much.
And she won't be able to report till after 3:30, so can we go on to Staff Senate for now?
I'm having trouble hearing. What's that about?
Kate McCahill.
Trish, is that
Go ahead, Becky.
Audrey?
Kate McCahill will not be able to present until after 3:30, so if we could go on to Staff Senate and come back to her.
Okay, but who won't be able to report?
Kate McCahill?
On the Faculty Senate report.
Correct.
So if we could just reverse the order of the faculty and staff reports, I think we would.
Yeah, after 3:30, we're going to be in executive session, so if there's someone to do the faculty report, we'll take that when they are available. Let's do the staff senate report.
So Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, you can see our minutes primarily contained information given to staff related to the COVID safe practices and related to the budget and what's happening with the budget on the state level. We had some couple of very successful meetings with the president, and we're very grateful for her input there. Since that time, we have one request that we'd like the board to consider. The policy 4-35 is the leave policy, and there's been a great amount of discussion amongst the staff. The way section F, letter 5 reads is that, I believe it's letter 5, sorry, letter 4, is that we can carry over 240 hours, and after that, the leave is swept, unless someone requests of August 31st for a 30-day extension. Turns out that many staff members have really not been able to take leave this summer, in particular because they're making adjustments for students because of COVID. And we would like to ask you to consider extending that from August 31st to December 31st for those staff members who were not able, due to increased workloads, to adjust to COVID. Excuse me, and with that, I would stand for questions.
All right, understand. We'll discuss that with Becky and get our policy committee taking a look at that. Are there questions for Jill? Okay, I guess that was another good report.
Thank you.
Anyone from the faculty senate yet? No, let's go to student government.
Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, thank you so much. It's wonderful to see everyone. And really quickly, I know we're starting school, and I'd really like to thank everyone from working from home and their efforts to get students up and running. I know this semester has snuck up on a lot of students, and I've had a lot of students, contact me about when is enrollment ending, and can I still submit FAFSA? So I know every single staff member at SFCC is working every single day to ensure that students are getting enrolled. So I'd like to just say thank you. Now, Student Government Association is holding its annual elections from Monday the 24th to today, Wednesday 26th. Tomorrow we will see our results. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for this new incoming team. I'm really excited to form new relationships and new bonds with them, and to let their leadership qualities begin to grow. I'm really excited to just start to form a team with them. Now, on Monday, August 24th, it was the first day of school, and we were unable to have our traditional first day of school with welcome back tables and all the fun stuff. We were able, Office of Student Development was able to have goodie bags with student government swag and Enlace's swag in there as well. So it was just a little, you come by, swing by the West Wing, pick up your goodie bag that has your SFCC agenda, the planner, USB, and some other good swag items in there as well. Student of the Month will pick back up in September. As we start going through the year, we're asking for the instructors' help in selecting a Student of the Month, as we aren't on campus to get the student interaction, or our normal nomination process would work via students filling out the nomination forms and slipping them in the Student of the Month boxes. We're asking for instructors' help in selecting Student of the Months, as they're going to be the ones spending the most time with these students as we're moving into this virtual age. We still have Senate positions, and we are still going to be recruiting for senator positions. And this year, I'm really interested to see how many students we're going to get involved in our programs with a global pandemic happening. You know, I know a lot of students are feeling the stress of just being at home in their rooms, you know, working on their classes. And, you know, maybe they'll have a job that they have to tend to online as well. So I know a lot of students are just uncertain and the stress of it all, absolutely. Lastly, I was presented with an awesome opportunity from Laura Mulry in the marketing department to send the governor a class of SFCC 2020 face masks. So I was tasked with that, and it was a wonderful opportunity to send our governor a face mask, and we also sent her a couple other items of SGA swag. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions for Ian? Seeing none, thank you, Ian. It's a good job.
Thank you.
As always.
So Ian,
Anyone from the faculty?
I was going to ask Ian, so what has there been active campaigning for the positions that student government candidates?
Vice Chair Gamble, thank you for asking that question. Absolutely. Now, the traditional campaigning method would be on campus. We have candy, we have flyers, and we'll go make noise in the campus center. We weren't able to do that this semester, unfortunately. Right. So our candidates made flyers where student government posted them on Facebook, and the candidates actually were able to post them on Facebook too. Campaigning, a virtual campaign, if you will. I also put together each candidate's poster on a PowerPoint, so that way when students log on to my SFCC, they're able to see on the PowerPoint slide who's running for which position. So that is how the campaigning was handled this year.
Great. Very good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, do we have a faculty reporter yet? If not, we'll go on to item 7, which is the consent agenda. I have one minor typographical correction to the minutes, so that'll move down to the item 8, moving it from the consent agenda. Excuse me. And if anyone else has anything on the minutes, we'll discuss that right now. My correction is a quick one. It's just on page 6 of the minutes under item C. We're talking about dust collection again. It just so happens, and it says that they're waiting until additional funding for replacement can be identified. And of course, that should be identified. So be just that one that I can bring forward on the minutes. Are there any other corrections on the minutes for the meeting of June 24th? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve those minutes as amended.
Oh, I second.
Moved by George, seconded by Pierre. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Aye.
Oh, hi there.
Aye. Sorry.
I think we now have 5 ayes on those minutes. All right. We are now at item number 9 on the agenda, which is a closed session. And that's for the purpose of discussion regarding strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations as provided under NMSA 1978, 1015-1 H5, for the purpose of discussion regarding pending or threatened litigation against former and current employees and current and former students as provided under NMSA 1978-10-15-1H7, and for the purpose of discussion regarding limited personnel matters regarding the specific assignment of current employees provided under NMSA 1978-10-15-1H2. So what I will need now is a roll call vote to go into executive session. When we do that, then we can take a break. Come off in a minute. You have the links to go on to the site for the executive session. Okay, Audrey, who's out there to give us a roll call?
Chair Sullivan,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gamble,
Who?
Secretary Pugh, Member Siegel,
Here.
Yes.
Member Quintana.
Yes.
Did you vote yes, George?
I will vote yes.
Okay. I didn't hear you. And Jody, did I hear you?
Yes.
Yes, okay, hallelujah. We've got 5 yeses. So the motion carries. We'll move to executive session in approximately 10 minutes, after which we'll return to the open meeting. Thank you.
Do we have, Jack, do we have a link for the,
Yes, it's on the notice that they sent out to you.
same email that had this link?
Yes, just down at the bottom of it. Should be-
Okay.
If not, let us know.
Okay,
Give Becky a call.
okay, will do.
Okay, thank you.
let's see, I was gonna do. Good news here, it's raining.
Nice.
Yeah.
Send some this way. Any chance it'll help with the fire? I hope.
Yeah.
Which side of town are you on, Dr. Gamble?
On the north side of Santa Fe.
Oh, okay. I'm on the east side here, and we're not getting it yet.
Uh-huh. It's coming down very nicely. It just started about 2 minutes ago, or at least I just saw it 2 minutes ago.
Great. Well, we'll wait for it.
Let's see, is everybody back? We got George, we've got Linda, we've got Dr. Rowley, we've got me, where's Pierre? Yep, she's there. And Jody, you're there, right, Jody?
Yes,
Are you there, Jody? Okay. I think we have everyone here to restart the meeting. We're back now to the regular SFCC governing board meeting after the executive session, where we discussed only the items listed in section 9 of the published agenda. So we need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved?
Need a second.
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we had one item on the agenda that we couldn't get to before we move forward to the action items, and that was the faculty senate report. Do we have, are we ready for the faculty senate report?
I'm here and ready to present.
All right, thank you, Kate.
Okay, first of all, I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to be here on the time that I was supposed to be here, compounded with my technological snafu, which some of you are aware of. So thank you for being patient with me. And this is my first time using this platform, and I really appreciate everybody's kind private messages that they sent to me, and in general, your patience. So I'll provide some updates since Zuby Wilson isn't able to attend today's meeting. I'm the Faculty Senate Communications Chair, And so I will be filling you all in on some of the things that we've discussed this summer, a little bit of what's going on, and then I'm happy to take questions about the minutes if that works for everyone.
Go
Okay. I'll take that as a proceed. So first of all, Faculty Senate met 3 times over the summer. We held 3 special Senate meetings, which we don't typically do, but because of the circumstances, we felt it was important to ensure we were advocating for faculty in the proper fashion. We were listening to faculty's needs, and we were preparing for the semester ahead. So the first thing that I want to do is just fill you in a little bit about how faculty are doing right now, in case you wanted to get a sense of what we're going through. In general, faculty have been very adaptable. I think some of you may have heard this. We have really been able to harness the use of the technology, work with our students in new ways. Many of our classes did fill in certain departments. We're very pleased about the efforts that we have made in tandem with groups like Tomasinia's team and others. That being said, everybody's quite nervous, as I suspect you all are as well. We've got a lot of fear, both about teaching online and about working amidst COVID, and about what it's going to be like working for those of us who are required to work on campus during COVID. So there is trepidation about those things, and we welcome any type of communication that anyone's willing to provide at any level, from the board to the president to Margaret Peters to our deans. We really welcome being informed, and so I'm happy to assist in facilitating that, but we do feel very well supported when we are hearing what's going on, what needs to be done, what's being expected of us in and out of the classroom, and what you're hoping to see out of us, as well as how we can keep ourselves and our students safe. We definitely do feel like more online training could be valuable to us. Right now, you're probably aware that the faculty are offered something called Quality Matters training, which has been useful to some. However, it's offered from an outside organization. It's not tailored to our institution, and it's not curriculum specific. So I know there are efforts underway to help facilitate better, more targeted online training for faculty, so we can really do what we need to do teaching online this semester, next semester, and on into the future. And once again, we welcome any progress on that. We are happy to participate in that, and it's something that we really do require. We also suggest looking for more ways to empower faculty in this regard. We have many faculty members who are experts at teaching online, who have taught online for years, who are skilled at training others, and we'd love to see resources devoted to those types of endeavors. I'll say a few things about health and safety and then move on to my final topics, if that's all right with everyone. We've got some questions about the health and safety training right now that's being mandated by HR. It's about 2 minutes long, just a simple video that's not very interactive. As many of you probably know, Amanda Hatherley in continuing education did develop a very comprehensive and lengthy training that's being used around the country, and we'd really love to see that training made mandatory to everyone on campus. It's extremely comprehensive, as I said. It's really been developed by folks who are working on campus, and we'd love to see that harnessed. I think that's something that Amanda and her team really takes pride in, and it's something that we would all like to know more about and have it be mandated, perhaps. I also wanted to share with you all a little bit of information about a faculty technology survey that we did administer, just to give you a sense of, once again, what faculty are going through, what our struggles are, which include some financial issues. We issued a survey to 71 full-time faculty members, 41 of whom responded. Just so you're all aware, 92% of faculty are using their personal cell phones for work. Those are cell phones that they purchase themselves and are paying for monthly by themselves. 100% of faculty are paying between $25 and $100 per academic month on office supplies. That includes paper, printing supplies, different sorts of office supplies that don't include hardware and software. 30% of faculty paid $400 or more since March 2019 on hardware. And 84% of faculty members are using their own printer and paper. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that burden that faculty are facing right now. And I think I just wanted to make you all aware of that. The last update that I wanted to share was that Faculty Senate elections are taking place right now. So we are in the process of nominating a new Faculty Senate chair, a new to replace Zuby Wilson, he'll be stepping down, a new communications representative to replace myself, and then we'll also be holding adjunct faculty representative elections. So we'll be electing 3 new adjunct faculty members. We're really looking forward to working productively with you all, with the administration, and with folks across the curriculum and across campus as we continue to evolve Faculty Senate. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Questions for Kate? Excuse me, questions for Kate?
Yes.
Go ahead, George.
Kate, have you seen the training that Amanda developed?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, good. I have not, and I was wondering, I know that it was developed for environmental weather stripping, and I wondered how appropriate you think that would be for most of the faculty.
That's a terrific question, and it did come up during Faculty Senate. Amanda did acknowledge that the training was originally created for that target audience. However, she also said that it's been adapted somewhat, and although there's a small portion that still relates to that audience, it's generally applicable to all. Terrific question. Anyone else?
I guess not. So thank you very much, Kate, for that report.
Thank you, and my apologies once again for the inconvenience.
No problem.
Not at all.
It's the word of the day right now in this pandemic. Let's move to item 10 on the agenda, which are action items. The first item, A, is consideration and possible approval of COVID-19 MOU, that means Memorandum of Understanding, between Santa Fe Community College and Santa Fe Community College AAUP. Dr. Rowley.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So the MOU that you all have before you to approve is a result of a lot of very difficult work and some very long hours between the bargaining teams for the AAUP union and also the bargaining team for Santa Fe Community College. So what this represents is a memorandum of understanding that would last for 1 year that specifically addresses the issues that faculty are facing right now teaching in the COVID environment. And so these are issues that are separate from the CBA. They are issues that we all feel are pertinent to their workload, to their working conditions. And we've gone back and forth on many of these issues for quite some time. And I feel like both sides have really conducted this negotiation in good faith and come out with some really good outcomes. So I'd like to, let them know that I think they all did a terrific job. But you'll notice that they address things, excuse me, including leave allowances. Yep, it's thundering here. Leave allowances. There is a stipend in there that would allow, that would cover some of the expenses that Kate just mentioned in her report, talking about extra expenses that people have incurred from teaching at home and working at home. So there is a proposed amount of money in there to compensate faculty for that particular issue as well. I would be happy to address any specific questions that anyone might have, but I think it's a good agreement. It's been reviewed by our legal team very thoroughly, and we would hope that you would see fit to approve this at this point.
Questions for Dr. Rowley on the proposed memorandum of understanding? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the this MOU.
This is Jody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I second it.
All right, moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the financials for June and July of 2020. Mr. Taves.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley. I'm going to ask, hopefully, Mason, if I could share my screen with the group. Okay, let's see here. Okay, please tell me if you can see that fairly clearly.
Yes.
If not, I can adjust things. I think I can make it just a tad bit bigger here. So in front of you, you do have the financial report that we're going to talk about for June and July. Because we didn't meet in July, the last report we reviewed with the board was May. But at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2020, of course, we were dealing with, continuing to deal with some serious financial challenges brought up by the March 2020 global pandemic and health crisis that we're all very aware of. And so what the June report is showing is just slight sort of environmental economic improvement from the May report that we reviewed with the board. And so at the end of June, you know, the metrics that we're, you know, interested in is the price of WTI oil, which remained about around $38 per barrel. And again, we've talked about for that fiscal year, there was a $51 barrel budgeted amount that was expected for the fiscal year before we had the COVID economic crisis. The US unemployment rate at the end of June was 11.1%, decreasing from 13.3% nationally from May to June. It was reported that 19 million people in the US were receiving unemployment benefits at the end of June. And when the report was created, the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solution had presented that New Mexico had identified an 8.3% unemployment rate and a total of about 77,000 people unemployed in New Mexico. So, you know, at the end of June, we're still suffering from pretty substantial external economic issues, which actually are continuing to current. With the college's cash and operating bank account balance, we had a total of 14.8 million in the operating account. The prior year, we had $11.4 million in the account. And so that had approved over the year by the end of the fiscal year by $3.4 million. So that's really good news there for the college. Tuition and fees at the end of June were down 4%, totaling 6.7 million. And that was a decrease from year to year of $250,000. Mill levy appropriations was 21.2 million at the end of the fiscal year. That had increased by 5% and a total of $960,000 to the prior year. State appropriations revenue totaled 10.8 million and increased 8%. And that amount, 8%, is $819,000 over the year. Total ING revenues were up by 2.9 million, and that is up 9%, totaling $35 million. On the expense side, you see that expenses were up 1.6 million, 4%, and totaled 39.1 million at the end of the year. Looking at compensation turned out to be 6% of an increase, totaling to be 1.4 million of the increase from year to year, and for a total ended amount of $25.3 million in total compensation. And supplies, expense, equipment, utilities were down 10%, down $845,000, total $8 million. As a result of the COVID-19 campus closure at the end of June, we really decreased operations after March at the campus. And so because of that, it immediately affected our revenue generating areas, such as public service and auxiliaries, as we've talked in the past. And at the end of the year, we needed a subsidy of $319,000 to those funds to make sure that they are balanced out with expenses and revenues by the end of the year. For our cash and bank, in all of our bank accounts, we had $36.2 million. And that's all made up of the operating account, a restricted NMFA reserve account, restricted local general obligation bond proceeds, and restricted debt service account. And respectively, the 36.2 is really the number that I had mentioned earlier, 14.8 million in operating cash. That's unrestricted cash, really. $302,000 of reserved cash related to an NMFA bond issuance. As you remember, for the IGA and performance energy efforts and contracting that the board has approved in the past. Again, that $302,000 has to remain in place for as long as we're paying back the debt on those outstanding NMFA bonds. So it's very restricted. The 5.5 million for bond proceeds from the NMFA effort and the IGA bond issuance is also very much restricted only for capital projects related to the performance energy contract on campus. 10.3 million for restricted bond proceeds from a 2018-2020 local general obligation bond that the board approved. And also there is 5.3 million in restricted debt service cash. Restricted definitely only to pay back outstanding bonds, local general obligation bonds. So with that going through here, you probably have read some of this. I just want to point out that we always show this section here that SFCC should consistently maintain what we have targeted as a $7.8 million operating cash reserve balance to cover 3 months of payroll as a best practice. 3 months of payroll to have in reserves is not a whole lot of money. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. That amount helps us get through the term that we've coined the valley of death, where cash flow becomes an issue to our college. And so I'm happy to report to the board that after FY 20, June 30, we met our targeted amount of almost $8 million. And so we've completed that target and that goal. And so it really does help with the financial structure and stability of SFCC, especially with the really unprecedented situations that we're in now. I feel like we have gotten to the point where we're able to, weather some of the storm if needed, because of this goal that we've had in the past. This, you're familiar with this chart. It shows that we're able to meet the target, which is the grayed out, light shaded grayed out area in green, and the blue bar is meeting that. That's really some good results from the fiscal year. Revenues turned out like this. We had about 54% of the local appropriations coming in from local operating mill levies, 28% from state appropriations, and 17% from tuition and fees. It's interesting because years ago, the green area for local appropriations was a lot less. It was more around the numbers of 49% or 50%. So that's gone up over the year, while state appropriations have gone down. And I think all of higher ed is seeing that, where state appropriation support has been decreasing over the years. We already talked about the tuition and fees. I just want to remind that on June 8th, the legislature convened in a special session to address the COVID-19 budget issues for the state budget. We had anticipated that SFCC would have our state appropriation reduced at that time. The good news is that that did not occur. So the original appropriation was left intact for FY20. That's not the case for FY21 that we'll talk about here in a little bit. We didn't really see that the public health crisis affected mill levies. Again, we were up $960,000, but a lot of that has to do with the timing of when those revenues are received. A large portion of the revenues were received prior to the pandemic, and it looked like the May and June receipts came in as planned, but with certain economic things that are occurring now with evictions and other sort of housing related things that, we tried to be as conservative as we could for FY21 local operating mill levy projections. With the expenses, we saw that at the end of the year, we had about 48% of expenditures occurring in instruction, 10% academic support, 10% student services, 19% institutional, and 13% in plant operations and maintenance. Again, at the end of 2020, we had our expenditures up just slightly by 2%, and that's up $533,000. Expenses that occurred at the end of the fiscal year were 92% of what was budgeted, available budget. And normally we see at the end of the year closer to 97% actual expenditures taking place during the entire fiscal year. But because we closed down the college earlier than expected, we did only see that we spent down 92% of all budgeted revenues. So with that, that's the narrative there. Let me just quickly go through the financial report. If you can see the cash in bank for the ending, the period ended June 30th. We show that 14.8 million compared to the 11.3. These funds for the MFA cash account is a cash account that we put in place this year and didn't have it last year. Our NMFA bond proceeds were again approved this year. We received them in fiscal year 2020, and we didn't have that cash last year. So that's the real difference in the total bottom line number of 36.2 million this year compared to 24.6 last year. So that just shows us that we have a lot of capital available to do a lot of things on campus. But remember, most of that money is for restricted only projects, restricted only for building types of projects. With the instruction in general detailed report, we can see some of the numbers here. Tuition and fees were down just 4%, and really the pandemic and the public health crisis didn't really affect our fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, but that will not continue into FY21, as we will see soon here. On the expense side, again, we're up 2%. The percent changes between the prior year and the current year are pretty flat, and we had a total ING expenditure actual amount of 33.3 million. Salaries and wages, we kind of already covered that. Our compensation was up that 6%, 25.3 million. And we saw a little bit of a decrease on the supplies and expense side because the college was closed. And this is an area I just wanted to point out to the board where the utilities, because we were closed, declined by about $90,000. So those utilities were down about 13%. With public service, this is where we have some challenges, because these operations are so dependent on cash in to meet cash generated to sustain operations. We saw the conference center come in on the good side by about $44,000. Kids Campus ended up needing a subsidy because we had more expenses than revenues. The subsidy was about $147,000. Firstborn came in as expected, and the higher ed center came in a little bit under by $45,190. And then you have this P&L in yellow below that adds in some of the overhead costs. I think the bottom line number is a little bit high because we these numbers for the overhead expenses are a bit estimated, and they were pre-COVID estimates. So I think that you could see the adjusted net would be just a tad bit lower than that, but it gives you a good idea of the true cost of going through the auxiliaries for bookstore and food service. As you know, we had to stop operations for the bookstore and food service at the end of the year for some time, and that immediately affects the financials. And so at the end of the year, because of operational decline and closure, we're going to end up having to subsidize the auxiliaries by $170,536. With the plant fund, lot going on here. This is where we have most of that restricted money accounted for. You can see under the local bond column at the bottom of the page, there's the expenditures for capital outlay. And out of our local bonds, we spent about $6.7 million for the year. Most of that was on the Automotive Tech Center, but a lot of it was on a multitude of projects that are being conducted by those facilities, our facilities office. And so, it's a really good thing to be able to spend down bond money sooner than later. And so, being able to spend almost 7 million, looks really good to me. State bonds, these are our state capital appropriations. Those expenses were $986,913 for the year. And you see that little negative balance at the end. That's really, at the time of this report, a reimbursement that hadn't come in yet, but I'm sure that has been accounted for by now. You see that we have the institutional tech and TAC column, and these are for a lot of primarily student-related projects for the most part. We had spent $200,000 in that category. And this is the area that I'm really excited about being able to report to the board. The column titled Institutional Monies Unrestricted. At the bottom, you see that we had transferred at the end of the year $2,282,799, increasing that fund balance to $7.5 million. When you add that to the mandatory renewal and replacement ending fund balance, you see that there's another $499,000, practically $500,000 there. Those two columns added together total out to be $7,990,635, and that's the amount that we have in our reserve, cash reserve for the targeted reserve balance. And so you can see it there, and it's great to meet that goal. When I started with the college, we had I think it was about $500,000 in this fund.
Oh.
And then you can see the summary of receivables for our grants and outstanding grants. We carry a running balance in this category, about $1 million. And you see that we had outstanding grants of $701,259 at the end of the fiscal year. And a lot of these have been recovered by now. Again, this report was run a while back, so things in this report for receivables looks really good to us. And with that, does the board have any questions on June end of the year?
Question.
Yes.
So on the auxiliaries, on the form, if you could go back to that. So usually we have the childcare center there with the auxiliaries.
We have it in public service here on the public service.
So I thought that both with the bookstore and the food services that we laid off people, but we didn't do that until June.
I'm
just wondering why the deficit is so much if we had months without anyone.
Yeah, well, we had 1 month practically that everyone was on administrative leave, so we had a good 30 days of that where we were still paying folks, and of course with a shutdown we didn't have any business, so that's a big chunk of it. And then you have, when folks leave, you have the annual leave payouts and things like that. And so those are some of those costs. And then, and then we also have outstanding supplies bills that, some invoices and things that we're paying on.
Right.
And so, yeah, as much as we wanted it to just end and not have to support it, ultimately we knew that was going to be the case. It actually, we were planning on a larger transfer, to be honest with you. Board Member Siegel. So the good news is it actually came in a little bit under. If you can look at the bar in the middle under FY20 budget final, we had anticipated a $354,000 transfer. So.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Well, if not, I can just quickly run through the July report. This is the end of month for the month ended July 30th of this new fiscal year, FY21. And at the end of July, from the macro level, we saw that those March challenges have obviously continued into July, where it was officially designated that the U.S. economy was in a recession. That's 2 negative quarters of GDP for the U.S. That is the official designation of a national recession. So at the end of July, the WTI price of oil improved a bit from $38 that we saw in the prior month to $41. So that's good news. However, I can tell you that the production in New Mexico has slowed quite a bit in this fiscal year. So the U.S. unemployment rate decreased from 11.1 in June to 10.2. And 16.3 million Americans were reported unemployed in July. The most recent information from DWS was not updated by the time I created this report. It was the same information that was presented in the June report. So at the end of July, we had a balance of 11.1 million. In the prior year, we had 9.2 million, so that is a year-to-year improvement of $2 million. Tuition and fees revenue is one area of interest now, because we're seeing the COVID situation is really affecting our tuition fee revenue. Down 39% in July, totaling 7.1 million, and had decreased from the prior year 1.1 million. So that's a huge cause for concern going into this fiscal year. State appropriation revenue was 855,000 and basically was flat to the prior year, up by $11,000. ING revenues in total were down 1.1 million, 30%, and total 2.6 million. And for our college to experience a decline in any revenue category of $1 million, that's an enormous number for us. And so, we'll pay close attention to that. I know that, as Tomasina had mentioned earlier, that student credit hours are really coming in quite a bit better than what we had thought. We thought we would be down 30% for the fall, and as of recent, I think we were at 20% down. ING compensations down 5%, 84,000, and total out to be 1.4 million. And supplies expense, equipment, utilities was up by 107 over the year. I won't review the information under cash, but so yeah, obviously we had projected 50% decreases in summer session student credit hours and 30% in the fall. And so while the actuals, I don't believe, are as bad as we had thought, they're still very serious for our college, because it's basically, decline over for $1.1 million. So then again, back on June, I have a revision that needs to be made that it says July 18th, but it was because I did a find and replace. But that was June 18th, the New Mexico legislature convened in a special session to address the budget issues, and what that did to our college budget for FY21 was basically a reduction of 11.35%, and a reduction of $1.4 million. And that 1.4 million is really, for the whole fiscal year. So we're not seeing that all at once in July, but that will remain the case, that we're having that revenue decline. And also I'd just like to point out that the 11.35% is in reference to all our categories of revenue from the state appropriation. So that includes the RPSPs, the dual credit, the ING base, and in those areas. So, pretty substantial cut from the special session. We don't have local appropriations booked in July because they're basically on an accrual basis. And I think I've already mentioned the expenditures. So turning to the financial report for July 31, you can see the detail on this report. Again, we have the cash reserve account of $302,000 and the NMFA bond proceeds that are new cash accounts that we didn't have last year. This is where some interesting information is presented, where you see the 39% decline in tuition fee revenue and a total revenue decline of 30%. But on the expenditures, this is what's really interesting. And if you looked at this prior to our meeting, you may have thought this is really weird. So our exhibit 11, 12, 13, 14 are all up, but instruction's down 36%. It's a lot of weird things happening. So for exhibit 11, 12, 13, and 14, most of those employees are on 12-month contracts. And so we had 3 pay periods in July. And thanks to Amy Tilley, she was able to do a pretty snazzy analysis of all this information. And so we've identified that, we had 3 pay periods this July and only 2 last year. So that's part of this. The decrease in instruction is related to the diminished amount of needed adjunct faculty support for the summer session, because our courses were so much reduced that the large portion of the 36% decline there is due to costs avoided related to the adjunct need, or the instruction related to the COVID pandemic. And so that's the explanation for that. At the very bottom line, you can just see though that the 2 expenditures from year to year. Last year we had about 1.6 million in expenditures, and this year we have a little bit more, slightly more. It's basically flat, but it turns out to be 2% up. Salaries and wages, just down slightly at 6%, or combined salary and benefits down 5%. That's just due to closures and the campus closure and things like that, just reduced operations. Supplies and expenses are up quite a bit. Ignore the percentage, it's an increase on a pretty small number, but it is up quite a bit. And I think that is due to purchases just being postponed to the new year. If you look at public services for this July, we were seeing that the conference center is just about flat. Its campus is something we're gonna keep a close eye on, where we're at the end of July in a deficit of $25,000. Firstborn shows a deficit, but it's just because we haven't, in July, it's really early in the fiscal year, and I think that's a timing issue of booking those revenues. HEC, we just hadn't booked any revenue for July, but that should get cleaned up as the year goes on. Bookstore didn't have a lot of sales in July, but they have pretty darn good online operations. And so while we saw that in July, we were running in the red by almost $11,000, we checked it recently and we had a lot of revenue booked for the month of August. So you'll see next month that number is going to really change in a very positive way. The food service was really just some remaining cash that was in the safe that we had to account for in this fiscal year. Again, it's early in the year, so we don't have a lot of activity in our plant fund, but that will not be the case for the rest of the year. We've got a lot of facility projects going on right now, but at the end of July, we had local bonds expended of about $29,000 and state bonds of expenses of about $65,000. And again, the bottom line number highlighted in gray, that 7,991,635 is the amount we have in our reserves. This last page, we have the outstanding receivables, and we're doing a lot of billing early on in the fiscal year, and so that's why you see this number up from 700,000 in June to about $1 million, a little over $1 million for the end of July. With that, that's the financial report, and I can stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Case?
Chair Sullivan, this is Pierre. I have a question for Mr. Diaz. Nick, you reported that the state cut our budget by $1.4 million for the fiscal year. Are you expecting that we're going to get another cut in January?
Yes, I failed to mention that, and all signs are pointing towards that. Member Siegel, I rely on her to know the inside baseball with the legislature, so I'm sure she knows better than I do, but I think there was an LFC meeting today. I didn't get to attend it, but everybody is pretty certain that the correction that was done in last June was not the real correction that needs to be taking place for this fiscal year. So again, while the price of oil's gotten better, the production's way better. And that's
on that point, the LFC in their July meeting said they thought we would need 5% cuts to every department, and even that wouldn't be enough. So I would assume we're going to get a cut. It's just how big.
Correct, and we don't know if that will be an extraordinary session. That is, legislators are calling for an extraordinary session. I don't know if that is even likely to happen. Sounded to me like the governor wasn't interested in that, but if it doesn't happen in an extraordinary session that would take place around November or so, we can expect it in the regular session. That this year, I think it's a 60-day. So that would be completed in oh geez, March, and then the governor would have into April. The final end result from those decisions of the legislature wouldn't be realized by, way into April when we're at the ending parts of building our upcoming year budget. So that will be a bit of a challenge. That's what I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. That cut I was talking about was for the next fiscal year. I think we may not get a cut as long as the gross receipts keep stable, just because they are dipping into the reserves for so much money for this fiscal year. And there's no way the Democrats will let a extraordinary session happen.
And then I missed the first part of the meeting for the enrollment report, so I will have to go back and look at that. But because we experienced such a significant decline there, it seems that, and again, I don't know what the rollout is for a recruitment campaign, a marketing campaign is to recruit more students, but it seems like we will have to put more effort there. Anyhow, George, I appreciate your clock on track.
He's keeping us on schedule.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Anyhow, those are my comments and questions. So thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Any more questions of Nick? Hearing none, we'd like a motion for the approval of the June and July financials.
I so move.
Second.
Moving second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Item C is the HED fourth quarter financial report. Mr. Tejas.
You're muted, Nick.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is the good old HED report that you know of. It's just a yes or no questionnaire, and we're answering no to all the questions in it. And with that, if you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Any questions? This is a super complex form. I don't see it up on the screen here, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
most of us know what it looks like with a bunch of little X's. There's all the X's. Okay, so when you have to worry is one of those X's gets in the left column and not on the right column. Any questions? If not, let's have a motion for the approval of that fourth quarter financial report, which gets submitted to the state.
I so move.
I second.
I second it.
Moved in 2 seconds. Okay, great. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Linda. Motion carries. All right, item D, approval of the FY 2021 budget adjustment request number 1, also known as bar number 1. Of course, bars aren't open, but we have our own bar.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Chair, board members present, this one's not as fun as the other. But I'm gonna turn it over to Amy Tilley if she's available. Are you available to present, Amy?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Chair Sullivan and President Rowley and the fellow board members. Mason, if you could give me the ability to share, I can present the bar that we're doing this evening. The bar this evening is, it's a pretty simple one. And yep, I see it coming in. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna do these things over here. And can you guys see everything now?
It'd be good if it was a little bit larger.
Good, so you can see that's the most important part. And we can go larger. So with this bar, as you all are aware, it's a very simple bar. It was due to the cut the state has done in their appropriations available to us for this fiscal year. It came with very restrictive instructions on it, and that the only thing we were allowed to adjust was the change in the state funding and the resulting causes of those changes in revenues. And then also we had to, and I've never done this before, we had to submit the bar contingent upon board approval. So the bar is actually already over with the state and it's just contingent upon your approval this evening. After your approval this evening, we will be submitting the board minutes over to HED, and then they'll forward that on to the bar and be able to get officially approved by HED and DFA. So to just kind of walk you through what the cuts were offhand, is this okay, or I can possibly make this one a little here, how about a little bit larger? So what happened with the cuts? These are the previous fiscal years of state appropriation, and we're in this year of brown over here in fiscal year 21. And here is the original House Bill 2, and that was our funding to start the year off. Now House Bill 1 came in, and it is the one that's the instrument of cut here, and these were revised totals for the year. As you will see, the things that are basically non-formula funded, they receive a 6% cut. So that means all of the RFPSPs receive a 6% cut, and so did the dual credit adjustment. The item that received a 100% cut was what we were completely anticipating. And when we had to put together the House Bill 2 budget, which was quite challenging because we knew this item wasn't going to hold, that is that 4% compensation increase. And so that's removed that 100%. And then on our formula funded appropriation line item, that cut was 4%. Then they also took off another $407,900, and they called that the adjustment for the CARES Act monies that we had received. So overall, our cut is around 11% from the House Bill 2. Now, as far as, and so now we're looking at $10.6 million for this fiscal year, as opposed to 11.9 million. And last year, we did have 10.8. So we do have a 2% cut from last year. If you look at all previous 5 fiscal years, as you can see here, there is an increase from all previous fiscal years, but we do have a 2% decrease from last year. And then we have 11% decrease of what we had originally thought we would be able to receive when the world was pre-COVID, and it was nice and it was beautiful back then. In February, I was such a happy person, but now this is our new reality. So to do those adjustments from the state cut, that is what you have seen in your packet for the bar. And I've highlighted those areas that have been changed in an annoying yellowish brown color. And so you'll see here, this is a state appropriation. It was originally 11.9, now it's down to 10.6, which is 11% decline. And then you'll also see that there is a decline in the expenditures in ING in each exhibit. And that is because that's elimination of the compensation, that 4% compensation increase. We had to put in here, and the time we put it in, we all knew it was not going to stay, but we had to put it in to do it in what was being required of us. So that's removing that. And then also you're seeing the transfers. There's one slight decrease in transfer, and that's for first one, and that's because they are an RPSP dollar amount. And so then at the very bottom line, the thing we always have to watch out for is, are we at that 3%? And you can see with this adjustments that we've made, we are still at the 3%, which we are able to do. Any questions on that so far?
Amy?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll just expand on it. It took away the bottom line here that we're looking at an 11.35% decline. Is that?
Yes, exactly. You have it, Mr. Sullivan. And that's from what we originally thought, that it is a 2% decline from fiscal year 20.
Yeah. Can you make that sound better?
I made it a yellow or ugly yellow color.
You can sing. You can sing it. Put it in the form of a song.
Yeah, I see it in the yellow there.
7% decline. That's what we got. Gonna have to work with it.
I got that right.
We don't like it.
And the HB1 and HB2, those are the two House bills that had the allocations in them. Is that correct?
Yes, and that actually kind of humors me because it adds to the confusion, because you would normally think House Bill 1 would go before House Bill 2 if you didn't know the world. But in this case, no, House Bill 2 is first, and now House Bill 1 is the latter. So we like to keep it confusing.
Yeah, no.
I appreciate the state for giving me that opportunity to.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And so then those numbers are all carried over, obviously, to Exhibit 1, which is the whole entire, the main thing we always talk about is the ING, but Exhibit 1 brings in ING. And so that's the lighter tan color here. That's telling me that's the ING numbers coming over. And then for the other non-ING exhibits, it is a decline for both public service, because SBDC, as you all know, has a general appropriation coming from the legislature. It's an RPSP dollar, sorry. And then they also had to do a decrease in their spending in reflection of that decline of appropriation coming from the state. So those are the only changes you're seeing in Exhibit 1 on there. And then the rest of it is all basically exactly the same as we talked intensely about that. So that is the bar. It's, like I said, it's a fairly simple bar. I don't like it. But it is a simple bar. So I have some good questions.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So how does that translate into, I mean, where is that money? Who are the staff people that are no longer here with these kinds of budget cuts? Staff, faculty, how many layoffs?
I don't have that number readily accessible right now. Hang on just a second. I did send something over on that. We had done a RIF, as you know, to Kids Campus and all those folks who then offered the jobs back. We also did a RIF in the fitness center area, and they still have people remaining out in the fitness center area due to the fact it's not open as of yet. And then there was also a RIF in the area of the custodians and maintenance. And those RIFs are still in place, except we have started bringing back some custodians as the campus has opened. And I believe, if you give me just 1 second, the RIFs that are still in place is we have approximately 10 FTE in the fitness center and approximately 8 FTE in the facilities area. The original number, I don't have that right off the top of my head. Does anybody else remember that number offhand? We'll have to get back to you on the total number previously.
And
where is $1.25 million? What's impacted?
And I'm glad you're asking that part, because you can kind of see that illustration here. In fiscal year 20, we had $37.6 million budgeted in revenues. And we had started the year off thinking we were going to 37.1, and now we're going down to 35.7. And so then on our total available, you're also seeing the difference there of the 41.2, because that included the beginning balance, that was the excess funds from the prior fiscal year. So we're looking at having just total available right now. We're still closing out, so we'll be adjusting beginning balance in the future. But right now it's looking at, we have a total available is 36.8. Our expenditures now are 35.2. So the revenues do cover the expenditures in full. Last year, you can see we had quite a bit of a difference between total available and expenditures. And that is how we were able to do that large transfer to cash reserves to shore up our cash reserve accounts as we needed to shore them up. Thank goodness we had that opportunity last year to do that. This year, you will see the cash reserves area is not receiving the transfer in. Right now, as the budget is sitting, we would actually look at needing to take 834,000 out of cash reserves. But I'm not going to say that's an absolute at this point. So I have a lot of more variables that are unknown at this point. We're monitoring everything every day that we can. And we're watching the tuition fees revenue. We're also watching the local appropriation, which could come in higher. We're also being really conservative on expenditure and the cap on expenditures. And the campus has been really good about maintaining these conservation efforts on expenditures. So
Okay,
far.
well, let me ask a question here. So I see, you know, the 833,000 out of the number 10 through 14 sections. And so and those are just general numbers. And so part of that is staff, part of it is supplies, part of it is what?
To cover this, 834,000 that we have on the books right now to transfer in, that would cover everything. It's mainly handling the transfers for like financial aid. It's kind of, you can almost see that correlation right there happening. And it's also picking up a little bit where we have some other shortages, which would be just over general expenditures, compensation and everything.
And if I may just add in that, you know, we reduced that state appropriation revenue of what is the decrease, Amy? 1.34 million. You know, a good 400 and close to $450,000 was the compensation increase for 4%. But remember that never covers the entire compensation amount for the college. It's really that 30 cents on the dollar. And so when you take that out, you know, that's essentially that $400,000 makes up that amount of the 1.4. And then on the expense side, you know, you're reducing things by close to probably what, 900,000 or so.
Yeah, we reduced
like
expenses by 1.2, and that was to deal with the comp increase and the associated benefits with that, which that total for IMG is actually 725,000. And as Nick was just pointing out, they had planned on giving us 475,000.
Yeah, 470.
So that's obviously not enough to cover a 4% increase that we had to put in the budget, in the household 2 budget. And so when we moved it just from IMG, that actually was a monetary value of 725,000. We also did lower the expenditures related to RPSP dollars, because some of the RPSPs who are living in IMG, so their expenditures were lower, respectively, of the amount that they had lost in their RPSP. And then we have actually seen some there's some cost adjustments. We've used less adjuncts, obviously, in the summer because the courses, but there's been lower courses in summer. So we are actually able to recapture some of those costs that would have normally gone out. We had an increase in enrollment, but because of decline in enrollment, that actually has a complementary decline in cost because we use less adjuncts. It's not more. So right now, we're going to see a lot more happen in January once they get the books closed out and we see more on what revenues are. And then we're also going to see what this beginning fund balance is. Right now, I do think that's going to be quite a bit more than what we're seeing right now. So that's going to help us as we look at this too. So we're okay right now. We have to keep a close eye on it, and we're keeping a close eye on everything. And our revenues are exceeding our expenditures, which is the number one thing we need to do.
Did you have a question, George?
No, I'm just kind of concerned.
Oh, it's no problem because it's in orange.
We're concerned too.
All right, any other questions for Amy? On bar number 1? I guess not. Let's have a motion then to approve the fiscal year 2021 budget adjustment request.
I so move.
Second.
Moving seconded. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let us do item E, change order number 1 for the roofing upgrades. Is this Henry or is this Nick?
I'll start it off. I have Henry with me and John Apodaca should be here too. But if I could share my screen, Jason, please.
Someone's in the shower.
Okay, so these funds, reading from the agenda form, these funds were frozen at one point when the legislature was scrambling to try to get prepared for the special session. And then, you know, they were able to unfreeze these dollars. And so, you know, this is a project for roofing upgrades on campus, and we're very grateful to be able to gain access to this $1 million amount. And with that, I'll kick it over to Henry and John to give a little bit more.
Thank you, Nick. This is Henry. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Sounds like a construction project. Yeah, Nick's correct. You all had approved this project, and we got HED approval, and then sometime in June, they actually sometime in May, they asked us to freeze the funds from the general fund portion. So we pulled that out of the contract, and then we all got your agreement and approval on the GOB portion, and then they came back in June and said the funds were unfrozen. So we are adding them back, and we had already done the design. It was just a unfrozen situation. And so now we're just going back to you all to put that back in the contract. The design is already in place. The 1 million portion of the roofing is already under construction. Now this will get it back to the $2 million project, which we had originally started before the funds were frozen. So we're good to go on this. We'll change the back to the original order, which was a $2 million project. We'll add this 1 million from general fund back. And we're asking for your approval.
Questions? Seems pretty straightforward.
Yes, it is.
Okay, if there are no questions, we'll entertain a motion to approve change order number 1 for the roofing upgrades.
I moved to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. All right, let's move to item F, which is approval of phase 2 of the Whitter Education Center renovations contract. Again, Nick and Henry.
Yeah, just to kick this off, this has been a project that has been going on for quite some time. And it's a really good, it was a really good effort to bring the campus community together to really hear the needs of what's important on campus and and relate them to our facilities and design. And so, what this is much needed repair to bathrooms at the FEC. And then I'll let Henry add any additional comments that he might like to provide.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Yeah, this is, as described, this is the phase 2 portion. As you know, we did aesthetic upgrades on phase 1, and now this is phase 2. We're going to repair the men's and women's showers. There's some tile in the shower that's leaking. We're going to repair that. We're going to add that general neutral restroom, and there's some solar panels on the roof of the fitness center that preheats the water to the hot pools. We're going to fix those solar panels. And we're also going to replace a lighting inverter with a new lighting inverter. And the fitness center actually has some backup batteries. So if we were to lose power, we have about a 30-minute backup battery power batteries, and we're going to replace those batteries. So this project takes care of all those smaller auxiliary projects. And we ask for your approval.
And Mr. Chair, just to add on, there will be there was consensus reached with the group that worked on this, that there will be a phase 3 down the road, probably about 3 to 4 years from now. But, the consensus was really that this project couldn't wait any longer. And we need to get going on things that are of importance right now. And so we all agreed upon that. And so I think it's a good plan, but there will be a bigger project later on down the road. I would imagine, anywhere from 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, probably using the 2022, 2023 LGOB plans, the next cycle.
Yeah, this is a Linda favorite, so we need to get it done.
We're on it.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that it's 3 or 4 years away.
Oh no, this funding in this request will get us that smaller general neutral restroom that we talked about. The funding that Nick's referring to down the road is when we'll have a larger general neutral restroom with locker rooms.
Yeah, it's a much bigger project on the phase 3 project.
Yes.
Okay, I just hope it doesn't take that long.
Why do the solar panels have to be replaced? Are they thermal solar panels?
Yes, Chairman, members of the board, President Raleigh, yes, Dr. Gamble, these are solar thermal panels on the roof. It's really the plumbing. The panels are in pretty good, they're in good shape. It's all the plumbing, it's PVC plumbing, and it's gotten dilapidated over the years. Okay. And so the plumbing will be replaced.
Right.
Other questions? Okay, we'll entertain a motion to approve phase 2 of the Witter Education Center renovations contract.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries. Next item is G, and that's approval of phase 2 of the ceramics renovation architectural engineering services.
Yes, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley, we are bringing this to the board as we have the sort of newer policy requirement to gain approval of architectural contracts that exceed the amount of $200,000. And so that's what this is. This is the architectural agreement for the ceramics room renovation. And the total cost of this agreement is $23,445 plus GRT. And with that, Henry, do you have anything to add?
No, that's pretty much. We're going to renovate about 460 square foot of exterior space at the ceramics lab area, and we'll upgrade that with HVAC and some other physical plant upgrades. And this is for the architectural portion of it, and then we'll later on down the road, once the design is complete, we'll come back to you all and ask you to approve the construction contract.
And who is the architectural firm?
The architectural firm for this is Spears and Horn.
Okay, any questions on the ceramics renovation? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Henry. On to item H, which is approval of FY21 research and public service projects. This is called the RPSP, also known as the wish list. Ms. Black.
You're muted.
Is Ann around? I see a face, but no.
There we go. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, Chairman Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, I'm here today to talk about our RPSP request. And we are requesting 5 projects, a little over $4 million for the Small Business Development Center. This is the RPSP is a way that we fund part of the SBDC. A nursing expansion, our firstborn program, our home visiting program, teacher education expansion, and emergency medical services mental health resiliency pilot project. Give me a sec here. There we go. So some information about these projects. The description of these projects are in your packet. And we are only requesting the same projects that were funded for this year. And the only program that we're increasing its budget is for nursing. We want to include an additional 12-month 1.0 FTE assistant nursing director who would have both teaching and clinical coordination responsibilities. And 3 of the programs are new to RPSP. They're starting new here in FY21, and that includes Firstborn, the EMSI mental health project, and the teacher education project. And as per request from HED, each of the projects will address the needs of students, clients, faculty, or staff due to the pandemic. And hang on a second. Just some other information about RPSP for those of you who are not really familiar. This is the administrative code that it falls under. The governing board must approve all the projects, and every year our RPSPs are due to HED on September 15th. In October, they usually hold hearings in conjunction with members from the LFC. And one of the things they stress is that if you're going to ask for money from the legislature, that you start with the RPSP process first. And if you don't go through that, they're going to note that we didn't go through this process. So with that, I was wanted to ask if there's any questions.
Typically,
I have a question.
be funded.
Again?
I said typically in past, how much of this request can we expect might be approved for funding?
Oh, I can't really say. You know, obviously last year we were really jubilant and we got a bunch of things approved for funding. So we're not sure how it's going to work out this year. And I think a strategy that we have is we're not trying to ask for the moon. We're trying to be reasonable in our requests. I expect that they will continue to fund the SBDC, and they will continue to give us money for nursing expansion, but I can't promise that they will increase the funds that we're asked for, the increased funds we're asking. And with the other 3 projects, again, I don't know. I wish I had a magic ball.
Mr. Chair, I would add, those projects have all been funded in the past, but
right.
There's no guarantee that they wouldn't, cut something, or that they might fund at a lower level all across the board for what we're all requesting. But those have been, other than the EMT project is relatively new. Some of those others have been, longstanding RPSP projects for us. And the nursing expansion is specifically to increase the cohort in the program. We have to increase the faculty to increase the number that we can take in the cohort.
That doesn't give us any more physical space, does it?
No, it would just give us more students.
And the small business development, that's a lot of money. What are they doing with that?
Board Member Gamble, Mr. Chair. So the small business, Santa Fe Community College is the lead center for the entire state of New Mexico. So all of the small business development center money in the state goes to Santa Fe Community College. And then we make smaller grants out to all of the other community colleges that have small business development centers.
I see.
So a lot of that is essentially a pass through.
Right. And for the
And-
most
and I would-
for the most part, we're talking about office space and personnel.
Well, actually from some of these there is personnel that is involved, and then there are some equipment needs that are there too, but most of them are to add personnel. And then for for SBDC, that provides the funding for all of the SBDC staff across the state. And most of them they have expenses obviously for running an office, but they're generally given the space free of charge at their host institution.
I see.
And if
Is
I
that-
could add that,
Sorry, just, do we do that? Do we give them free office space at SFCC?
We do now, sir. We didn't, we charged them for a while, but we don't charge them now.
Okay. Sorry.
no, if I could just add that this is part of the federal match that's required. And this is how the SBDC, the RPSP is the mechanism that the state uses to fund SBDC.
Okay, other questions? Hearing none, let's have a motion to approve the FY21 research and public service projects.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Last action item is the approval of the Open Meetings Act resolution. Dr. Rowley.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So you all have before you the updated Open Meetings Act resolution for Santa Fe Community College. We're required by law to bring this before you every year. We are required by law to meet as a board at least quarterly. We obviously meet much more often than that, but the Open Meetings Act resolution for Santa Fe Community College does include the stipulation that we are not required to meet in July and December, that those meetings are optional. With that, I think it's pretty much standard stuff, and we would ask for your approval.
I noticed, Becky, that it said we meet on the fourth Wednesdays. And then, is it the fourth Wednesdays or the last Wednesday?
Mr. Chair, I believe it's the last Wednesday, and most of the time that would be the fourth Wednesday. So we'll have to check on that. And then, of course, we can always, set a special meeting if we need to.
Yeah, I remember going back to Martha Romero time, and the idea was to have it as close to the end of the month as possible, so we have the up-to-date monthly financials. So I just recall it was the last Wednesday, but I don't, my memory's not that good. So maybe if it is, should we approve it based on that modification?
I think that that would be okay, and then we can check that, and if there is any issue, we can bring it back before you.
Okay, did we have a motion to approve the Open Meetings Act resolution with the caveat to check whether we meet on the fourth Wednesdays or the last Wednesday of the month?
I so move to approve.
I second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, item 11, the strategic plan annual report we handled earlier today. And so going to item 12, we don't have any first readings for policy updates. So that item is vacant. Going on to item 13, do we have any other discussion from board members or board reports that board members would like to bring forward? If not, I want to mention that Audrey has sent out evaluation forms for you. Our policy requires that we evaluate ourselves once a year as a board, and that we evaluate the president once a year as a board. And she sent those forms out to you. Pardon me. In the past, we've done these reviews at a day-long retreat. That may be a bit difficult to do this year for a number of reasons. So for right now, what I would like you to do is to prepare those evaluations. The policy asks or requires that I summarize them, and that then we have a confidential meeting with the president to review the results and to discuss the results and to bring forward the next year's agenda of goals. We have this year's, and then we'll be working on next year's, which will probably be quite voluminous given the pandemic. In any case, we'll be working on a mechanism for getting together to do this evaluation. I don't have that worked out yet, but please get these forms back to me no later than Labor Day, so I can work on them. We were supposed to have it done at the end of July. We didn't make that, but we're pretty close here. So if you would put your mind and pencil to those forms, I would appreciate it. Any questions on the evaluation form? Okay, good. The next board meeting will be September 23rd at 1 o'clock. Anybody have a problem with that? Let me see if it's
Why is it so early?
actually this year the 23rd would be the fourth Wednesday. The last Wednesday would be the 30th. So I guess we better figure this out, whether we're meeting on the 4th or the last. For the time being, we'll say the 23rd. If it's going to be the 30th, we'll notify everyone that it's going to be the 30th. Again, my memory is that it was on the last, but there's only a couple months for that's not the 4th Wednesday.
And why are we starting at 1 o'clock? I mean, we have been starting at 3.
Yeah, well, you see what time it is now?
Yeah, I see what time it is now.
That's why.
Well, do we have, what other meeting? Well, this time we had the Learning Center meeting
Yeah.
as well. Okay.
2 months ago, we ended at 6:15. We have to eat sometimes, you know. Pre-pandemic, we were able to break up our meeting with a meal, but it doesn't work too well anymore. So,
Hey, Chairman Sullivan, this is Jody. I just wanted to say, I was just looking back through my calendar, and it looks like we have met on the 4th Wednesdays of the month. And most months it is the last Wednesday, but for example, I think April and a few other ones, it's the 4th. So
yeah, I know we
I'm sure
have,
you'll check it.
I know we have this year, but then once I looked at the Open Meetings Act resolution, I said to myself, gosh, is that the way it is? And let me ask Nick, Nick, does it make any difference in getting the latest financials if we meet the 4th or the last?
So we meet the 4th Wednesday normally. Are we changing that?
Well, it used to be the 4th, I think, or the last. In September, the last Wednesday is the 30th. The 4th Wednesday is the 23rd. So my question is, does it make any difference in terms of getting the current financials if we meet on the 23rd or on the 30th?
The 23rd is, I think that's fine. I mean, we usually make it by the 24th, so it should be fine.
Okay, well, for now, let's keep it the 23rd then, so we have a decision that people can put on their calendars. All right, is there anything else, any announcements from the board? If not, could I have a motion to adjourn? If not, you stay here.
So moved, this is Peter.
Okay, motion, second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Good night. Stay safe.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.